accommodate approximately 200 So how do PP
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress, powered by PPPs built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Saa hii uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong Isinya Kajiado Imaroro Road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matani, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaaga tu hapa jiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian geothermal power plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your project very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure.
We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai kuko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaaga tu hapa jiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure.
We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,000
bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and...
Maximum 10 minutes for introduction, region represented, and then I welcome the panelists. So, more so the presidents of the various universities across the country. As we wait for the panelists, I think if you are president of any university, you can just come forward. You give me your name, please, in like 2 minutes.
Such as a road,
already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Ocean Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure.
We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset.
Thank you.
We also have our finance secretary called Alex Otieno. Ganwell. We also have our vice president. You can well. He's called Fario. Thank you very much.
Those are 4 delegates from Moi University.
Yeah, sure.
Nice, well represented. Thank you. Technical University of Mombasa. The president, Joseph Olo.
Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Comrades power. Comrades rear. Yes, my name is Joseph Olo, the president of Technical University of Mombasa Student Association, and with me is my vice chairperson by the name Tabitha Njeri. Let me allow her just to stand and wave. Yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Mbarikiwe sana.
Thank you. Please, presidents, that's why I was asking for presidents. Let's be very brief. This introduction session should not take more than 5 minutes. Remi Osotsi, Multimedia University. Wise man. Remy has served for 4 terms. He should not retire. Allow me to introduce Safia from Kemo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Safia Galmguyo, the President, Kenya Methodist University. With me, I have the Secretary General Emeritus and the current KUSO spokesperson and the incoming president next year, Kisero. You can stand up and wave. Unfortunately, that is the only person from my delegation. Thank you.
Thank you. Eugene Otieno, Strathmore. Strathmore, there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eugene Otieno Nyaribo, President Strathmore. I traveled alone, unfortunately. Most of our leaders have exams, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Maxwell Kiprono Seku.
Hi everyone, I'm Maxwell Kiprono Kimeto, President Southeastern Kenya University. Unfortunately, I came alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Mwangi. Dekut Alex Mwangi.
So God is good, and all the time. My good name is Alex Mwangi, President, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. This is the only university in the slopes of Mount Kenya and the only university in East Africa with a semiconductor limited. Thank you. Fortunately, I came alone.
Thank you. Sydney Wakungu, Kisii.
Good morning. I am Sydney Wahungu. I am the current president of Kisii University. I'm the only representative from the institution, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Chepkoech. Chepkoech from Machakos. Where is she?
Hi everyone. My name is Ashley Chepkoech. I'm the president of Machakos University. And with me, I'm here with my Secretary General and a representative from the Congress. Thank you.
Thank you. Philemon Kibet, Embu University.
Okay, it's University of Embu, not Embu University. My name is Philemon Kibet, the President, University of Embu, and it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
University of Embu. Sawa, sawa. Finally, Julius Odhiambo from ZTech.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julius Odhiambo from ZTech University. I'm here with my Secretary General and the Deputy President. They're just around. You'll see them, interact with them. I'm happy to be here and ready for the insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Wakili Samuel. Mark Ougo, KSL.
It's Mark Ouya. So my name is Otieno Samuel Mark Ouya. I'm the president of the Kenya School of Law. Today I'm here alone. I know people are wondering. Joshua Okayo is the immediate former president. I'm the current former president. I'm the current president, not former. So don't worry about that. I'm not as an activist as Okayo. So that's why I was not abducted. So don't worry about that. So yes, that is me, and I'm very ready here for the insights that are going to come from the panelists and the engagement towards national development and the students' issues. Thank you.
That which the law does not prohibit is expressly allowed by implication. David Kasavuli, great sir.
Good morning, distinguished guests. My name is David Kasavuli, President of Greater University, and I'll be accompanied with my Vice, Esther. Thank you.
Thank you. If you are a representative from any university that I haven't mentioned and you're sat here, please just stand up for maximum 2 minutes. Any university, leave alone the obvious one. Any other university that I have not mentioned? Thank you. Let the mic pass.
Hello.
I'm Bwana Ogonji from Masinde Muliro University. Thanks.
Masinde Muliro has a very big delegation. Masinde Muliro, please stand up. Masinde Muliro University, all the way from Kakamega. Yeah, give her the mic.
Good morning, leaders.
Good morning.
I am Midwinter Nyambura, President, International Leadership University. In case you're not hearing, in case you've never heard it and you're hearing it for the first time, that's why I'm here. Here is where leaders grounded in integrity are made. Thank you.
It takes a good lead and a strong one to stand up and speak articulately. Please, after someone says his or her name, it's in order to clap for them. Sawa?
Good morning, leaders. How doest thou? Okay, this is Obade Daniel Valentine. There is also a short man in the room. So Obade George is my bro. I'm from the University of Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. A Congress and the 9th Muso President come next year. Thank you.
Hi everyone. God is good and all the time. My name is Barbara Simiyu. I'm from Mary University, the Vice President. Thank you.
Okay. To the delegation from the National Treasury, fellow student leaders, good morning. I am Benedict Midamba from Egerton University. I'm not alone, but my vice chair is on her way. She'll also be gracing the occasion. I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shem Onduko, Secretary General, Koitalel Samoy. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Taita Somari, Secretary General, Laikipia University, the only university in Kenya with a lake and a tropical forest. Thank you.
There is a lake in the University of Nairobi. Have you walked there? I will invite you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Odhiambo Valentin Oliver, representative African Nazarene University.
Comrades, power.
Power.
Comrades, power. Amanjiri Beatrice, Vice President, Maseno University, the only university along the equator. And I'm here with the former Secretary General, Paul Samuel. Maybe you can just wave. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm very grateful to be here. Hope so we'll co-work together. Thank you.
Comrades, viva! Comrades, viva! Yeah, so my name is Caroline Boya. Yeah, I'm the former Deputy Speaker, Kenyatta University, and the faculty congressperson, School of Pure and Applied Sciences. With me, I came with the former Secretary General, Zadok Nyakwaka. You may stand and wave. Thank you.
Yeah, all the protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Medic Binad. I'm the Vice President of Kabarnet University, the youngest university in Kenya, and it's the Constituent College of Moi University. I'm representing Kabarnet University.
Comrades, power. Comrades, wisdom. The delegation from the National Treasury and my fellow student leaders, good morning. I'm Ronnie Kipkorir, representing Alupe University and serving as the Secretary General, standing in for the President. Alupe University is the only university at the border, bordering Kenya-Uganda. It is the passion of knowledge. Thank you so much. I'm not alone because many of them are following online, but physically I'm here alone.
Comrades, viva! Viva, comrades, viva! Mmekunywa chai, mnisalimie. Viva, comrades, viva! My name is Aaron Odhiambo. To our respected PA of the National Treasury, Bwana Yogo, karibu sana. The entire National Treasury team, karibu. Chairman Steering Committee, karibu. I'm the chairperson of the Colleges Association of the Rift Valley and Western Region. And I'm also the deputy broad-based director, Nyanza Region. Clap for me. Nyanza Region, Kisumu, Homa Bay, and Siaya. And you know, and Kisumu, the lower Europe. It is Homa Bay where money sleeps. Money wakes up in Migori County, bathes in Kisumu, walks towards Nairobi. Clap for that.
Thank you, Kiongozi.
So, kidogo to Sam. We are very privileged to be here. We have to say a very much thank you to our Honorable National Treasury, Honorable John Mbadi Ngongo. Nyang Tere Ngongo. Raumani Nakasani. Clap for Mbadi. Asanteni sana na Mungu abariki.
I think
that introduction is full.
Such insight should be
I don't know
recorded. Such...
Hey.
I understand is the women rep was a Katonge. Such insight should be recorded and posted on X. Should we give Aaron another chance to speak? Will we record him? Give Aaron the mic. Women rep was a Katonge, please stand up. We can record. Oh, he will speak. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Ayugi Joseph Opio, Kibabi University Secretary General. I'm here with Madam Vice. You can stand up and wave. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Carl, and I'm representing KCA University, and I'm really glad for this program about budget. I am very passionate about economics and finance, and for the young people, it is important, and the strongest economies are the ones that the young people understand how money moves, how decisions are made, and how actually they can contribute to it. So we are here to learn. Thank you so much.
Comrades power. Comrades power. Comrades wisdom. I'm Odongo James. I'm from Masinde Muliro University. Former Congress. Currently, I serve as the chairperson of the Lake Victoria Students Association MOST chapter. There's a very big organization. When you come to MOST, it's called Lavesa. Without Lavesa, hiyo kitu huwezi ona. So I had some gentleman by the name of Obade Valentine. Currently is aspiring to be the 9th Muzo president. So for the gentleman to be the president, he has to pass through Lavisa. And speaking to you is the Lavisa chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, the last two.
My name is Caleb Ngala. Caleb Ngala is the president of all vocational training centers in Nairobi. There are 12 of them. And also in our vocational training centers, we have a budget champions, about 3,000 of them, where we discuss purely matters concerning budget making process from the national level to the counties level. So that's why I'm here as the president representing all the vocational training centers across Nairobi County. Thank you.
I have seen, okay, yeah, any other person?
Okay, good morning. I'm Brenda. I'm the vice chair of Victoria Crest Knowledge Hub Association. It was formerly known as Homa Bay University Student Association. I'm glad to be here and to be part of the conversation that we're just about to have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Finally, I have heard the only university at the equator, the only university near the border, the only university. Now, please, in a very special way, or else I will be kidnapped. Allow me welcome delegation from the greatest university on earth and some parts of heaven. University of the living and the dead. University of the wisest people to ever grace earth. The great University of Nairobi. Please, if you are a student leader from the University of Nairobi, please stand up. I'll start from the governor of the largest faculty, the faculty with the tallest towers in the country, main campus.
Okay, thank you very much, Bwana Sam Ougo, and to all the guests, all my comrades, my fellow leaders who are here. Good, I think it is afternoon, if I'm not sure. Oh, it's still morning, a few minutes to afternoon. Anyway, I'm not that wrong. Good morning. I'm Ian Brandon, the governor of main campus, that is the largest faculty, and it is equivalent to some other institutions. The population in main campus is around 20,000 students, so that is the population to some institutions that have been mentioned here. That's why you had, that's why you had him mention that one of the largest faculty in Eastern and Central Africa. Yeah, so with me, I have a team from different faculties. We do have 13 faculties, so I'll let them introduce themselves.
Okay, comrades power. Comrades power. Comrades Nyame. Comrades Ketne. Mbadi power. Okay, my name is Innocent Duncan Otieno, Governor Faculty of Education, Kiku Campus. I'm glad to be here, and we are ready to engage, and we are ready to have a talk, and hoping we are going to meet several people, and we are going even to interact with the several delegation from the Treasury and even the CS himself. Otherwise, comrades, wherever you are, you need to increase your network and even your net worth. So interact with your fellow leaders, and also interact with the former leaders and even everyone who is around here. Ensure you have some contacts with you. Otherwise, may God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Comrades Power, Comrades Ria, Comrades TV, Comrades Zigzag. So my name is Sharif Marunga, and I'm currently serving as the governor, University of Nairobi, Apakabete campus. The only campus in the University of Nairobi that is behind the production of the varsity yogurt. Asanteni sana.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Good afternoon. Comrades power. Comrades viva. Comrades ria. Comrades nyame. My name is Ian Ochieng, sports reps, UNSA main campus. I'm from University of Nairobi, the biggest university in Africa and some parts of heaven, the mother and father of all universities in Africa.
Thank you. Thank you. To cap it all, you'll allow me once again to have SG Emeritus and Juliet Boga to speak on behalf of the whole delegation from University of Nairobi. You can start with Juliet.
Good morning. Comrades power. Na umenyamaza. Okay, my name is Juliet Boga from the University of Nairobi. And to all the delegation that is here, thank you so much for finding time to be here, to at least be able to exchange in knowledge and get to know more and even be able to interact with your fellow members. To all the leaders who are here, thank you so much for making time. Remember that you are the future of tomorrow and you're the leaders of today. So all the delegation, thank you so much. And to the entire fraternity of University of Nairobi, also thank you so much for making time. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman.
Once again, I'm Remo Soti, the Secretary of Sakatonge Association. But anyway, I will not sit and watch Chairman introduce himself. That's the biggest association we have right now in Nairobi, Chairman. And you have to bear with us that Sakatonge is the only association that will now encompass all of you with the funny titles here, like women rep or whatever. So my chairman is here. I don't want to speak much. He's a serious man with serious titles. But then chairman, remember to introduce your members because Pascal is yearning to introduce himself.
Wasakatonge power. Wasakatonge power. Wasakatonge ria. Wasakatonge ria. Wasakatonge wisdom. Wasakatonge wisdom. A wise man once said that an ant that jumps from the ground to the top of an anthill is still on the ground. Wasakatonge power. My name is Ramesh Saxena. I'm the chairman of Wasakatonge Association. As my secretary has said, everyone in this room is Msakatonge. The chair of the committee and a Sakatonge. Okay. Everyone from the treasury wana Sakatonge. Comrades, sisi tumekujia tonge leo. Na watufunze tukishapata tonge tutatumia vipi, na pia watufunze ile tonge ya serikali inatumika vipi na itasaidia wasakatonge kama sisi vipi, si ndio? Nimeambiwa nitaje wasakatonge. Wasakatonge, tonge is actually daily bread. So we are seekers of daily bread. That is why we are here. So the chairmanship, if you are wondering, is given according to your level of seeking bread. As things stand, it seems I'm the biggest bread seeker around. So if you guys are looking at people, look at me well. I'm also the former Secretary General, the University of Nairobi. Sahi mimi ni emeritus, lakini uzuri kuna kusaka tonge. Nimeshukuru. I'd like to introduce a few individuals wenye wanasaka tonge. Prominent wasakatonge, kindly rise. So I'll be finishing. So
Chair, just a minute.
Yeah.
Please take pictures. We are officially starting the program, yeah? Let's engage more on the digital space. These people standing up, take their pictures, record the man speaking, and let's tag National Treasury. Let's put the hashtag. Thank you.
So these are seekers of daily bread. So for the sake of our suffering, kindly allow us just to say our names, if you will be kind, sir.
Quickly.
Kwa majina naitwa Aaron Odhiambo, vile nilisema mwanzo, I'm the women rep of Wasakatonge Company. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you very much. By name, I'm Agwanda Eric, a former student leader from the Great Technical University of Mombasa, the only university at the sea level. Thank you very much.
My name is Kera Beach, the SG Emeritus, MKU, the Council of Elders Wasakatonge. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Tony Odhiambo from the mighty Kenyatta University. I'm the Vice Chair of Wasakatonge Community.
Kisero Junior Kennedy Otieno, Secretary General Emeritus Kemu, Spokesperson Kuso. I'm the National Coordinator wa Wasakatonge. Kitaka kupangwa kusakatonge, go through me. Thank you.
Comrades, wisdom. Comrades, wisdom. No matter how big your head is, you cannot leave it at home. FCPA Don Ochieng Ochilo, Head of Tension Management, Wasakatonge. PA Office of the incoming MCA, CBD Ward, Honorable Young Babu, Youth for Youth. And also a member of KBB, Kumi Bila Break, Broad-Based Government. A degree holder, I'm graduating tomorrow. You are all welcome.
Comrades, power! So, my name is Pascal Odhiambo. I'm from the university in the CBD. That is the Technical University of Kenya. I'm the immediate former academic sec there. I'm the organizing sec of Wasakatonge Association and one of the pioneers of that organization. And I want to say this, if you are coming from outside Nairobi, we are the organization that welcomes you here in Nairobi, led by our chairperson, Ramesh.
Thank you.
And also part of it, we have Solomon Aiga there. So it is an extended family. I'm also part of the broad-based government. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Asante sana, Samuel Odhiambo from Machakos University, the treasurer of Sakatonge. Asante sana.
Thank you.
Comrades, viva! Comrades, viva! My name is Zadok Nyakwaka. As was introduced, I'm the former SG, KU, but right now an ordinary member of Wasakatonge. And if you just allow me, Wasakatonge Association has branches that encompasses people all over. On the other hand, you will see a section where Shimewa Kutoka Treasury, people who are saying Nyang is not performing. And then the people will be saying Nyang is performing, so that those who are saying Nyang is not performing can be called to the table through the invitation of those who are already there, so that we can get the daily bread. If you see us saying that Odisonya Wangaya is going home, it's only that atusemi that Magwanga ametupatia tonge lakini yeye hajapeana tonge. So we are happy to be with you, and as been said, we are the determinants of Kumi Bila break.
Thank you.
Viva comrades, viva! Viva comrades, viva! My name is Teddy Otieno Jura. I'm a faithful member and a chaplain to the Wasakatonge. Former governor, Kenya Science Campus, and a first-year student, MKU, Parklands Law.
Thank you. Finally, as the mic is going, please, those people who are sat where the mic is going, just come. Come and fill these seats here. Please.
Viongozi viva. Viongozi viva. Comrades power. I'm Azimio Washington Nyongo. I'm the only man who has a name that Baba used as a coalition name to run his presidential bid the 5th time. I'm also a live member of the Wasakatonge Association, and I'm telling our chairman that I'm coming for that chairmanship because I want to push myself harder this time round so that I can occupy your seat. Otherwise, thank you very much. I hope that we are going to engage and we are going to come out with good ideas at the end of this meeting.
Comrades power. Comrades ria. Ningekaa pale na niweze kujiintroduce tena, singekubaliwa in the next meeting ya Wasakatonge. So I am once again Okech Solomon Aira Won Nyota. I am the Secretary General of Wasakatonge. So huyo mwenye anasema yeye ni Secretary General anataka ku. What I want to tell you, Won Nyota has 9 lives. You will see out, I will send you to Wasio Natonge Association. So kindly talk to me after this meeting. You go back and withdraw your statement in the next meeting of Wasakatonge. Wasakatonge power. Wasakatonge ria. Wasakatonge transaction. Iko.
These people have romanticized being broke. A war. Thank you. Once again, let's engage with the topic of today. We are very heavy on the digital space. That is X, Facebook. The hashtag is budget yetu, sauti yetu. Please tag the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning. Tag these people and let's engage. Now we are moving on to the next session. Thank you very much. By the way, let's clap for ourselves. We are having different topics that are being discussed. I'm being told for a minute, let everyone just take their phones and take a selfie or a snap and have it on X in a minute or two.
Kindly tutowe tu masimu. We want to make this event a trend as much as possible. Si kila mtu akona simu yake hapa. Kindly. Yeah. Unaweza simama, you can do anything. Tell them tuko site. tuko site engagement na CS Mbadi imeanza, si ndio? And you know this is the maiden engagement. Hatujawahi kuwa na hiki kikao before. Once you've done that, you tag CS John Mbadi on Twitter, John Mbadi N, capital J, capital M, capital N. Are we there? And you are not restricted, lazima utumie tu Twitter, you can go to Instagram, unaweza tumia Facebook, all the social media channels you know of. Okay? Sawa.
This is the first Cabinet Secretary of National Treasury to bring on board student leaders across the country to take part in conversations of fiscal planning. Let's clap for Waziri. The Wi-Fi password, I've not crammed it, but I think it will be displayed once again on the screens so that we can access the social media spaces. At this point, allow me welcome the moderator of a panel that we are going to have until health break. That is Wendy Chepchumba. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Esteemed guests who I will introduce in a few, and distinguished student leaders. It is an honor and a privilege to be the moderator of this particular upcoming topical session. Now, as we see on our program, we shall be having our first address from the one and only Advocate of the High Court of Kenya, Millie Lwaga. And our topic, or her topic, is accessing national and county governance structures for effective leadership. Now, she is currently an advisor to the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, with the pillars of strategy, legal, and governance. She is an advocate and governance expert. She is a former vice chairperson of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, and she is a former presiding member of the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. Now, what we expect to hear from her is on how to identify various ministries, agencies, and sectors that are oriented towards campus students' welfare. With a roaring round of applause, help me welcome to the podium Advocate Millie Lwaga. Let's appreciate her all the more.
I'm Jambo tena. Good afternoon. What is a greeting for young people nowadays? I've been hearing you say comrade. Huh? Chude. Okay, can you stand up and chude me then?
Chude.
That's chude me before we start.
Wasakatonge.
Yes. Thank you very much. Now, I will not claim that I have the credentials to stand here and speak before academic giants, because when you're a student at the university, you are a giant as far as learning goes. But I will say that I have that little experience and niche and space that may allow me to be able to speak to you about certain issues, and I'll tell you briefly why I think so. Now, I'm sure that in this room, the number of people who are 30 years must be extremely few. And I have been working for 30 years. Now, I have been an advocate, of course, of the High Court in private practice, and that was a lot of fun. And then I have gone and done different things. I was a legal counsel at FIDA. Those were the days when FIDA was feared by men thoroughly, because when they saw us, they thought we were going to take all their money away. I moved from there and went and worked with different international organizations, among them different UN agencies. And then after the post-election violence in 2008, we were the team that was selected by the two brothers, President Mwai Kibaki and Prime Minister Raila Odinga, CGH, may their souls rest in peace, to form the first Cohesion and Integration Commission, where I worked as the vice chair. I then went to deal with issues of political parties, where I was the presiding member, which means like the head of bench 2, together with my colleague, may his soul rest in peace, Chalombobu. And after that, I went back to international organizations, and then now I am at the National Treasury. Now, given that vast movement across the various arms of government, the only arm of government that I've not worked in is the legislature. I thought it would be important for me to speak to you as we launch this great thing. And this great thing that we are launching today is thanks not just to the patronage of FCPA John Mbadi, the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury. By the way, you need to be on top of things, and we say young people don't read. It is no longer National Treasury and Economic Planning. The President of the Republic of Kenya passed a paper where he named it as the National Treasury. So he's the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury, and he was able to grasp this idea because of 5 vibrant people amongst you here. That is Okech Solomon, Quinta Owimo, Sam Ougo, Alo Joel, and Obade George. Their hard work, their enthusiasm, their skill, their wish to have you participate in this process is why you're seated here today. And please give them a round of applause for that. Now, as student leaders, because National Treasury is here, it is not just the Cabinet Secretary, but the National Treasury team is here. And the Treasury team is here because they want to walk this journey of managing the financial resources of the country with you as students, to be able to ensure that you have a say, that your voices are heard, and that you're not just passengers in the vehicle that is pushing the national agenda forward. And it is for that reason that it is important for you to be able to understand how meaningfully you can grasp this opportunity. An opportunity that you're given is as good as the use you make of it. Now, one of the things that you will note is that sometimes you can have a great idea and you may want to do something with that idea, but if you don't know where to take it and you don't know who to engage with in as far as that idea is concerned, then the idea remains that. And I'm sure most of you have seen this common thing that people talk about your tombstone being written that Millie, here lies Millie, and the great many ideas that she had that never saw fruition. So it is important, and it must burn you as student leaders to want to know how best you can use this opportunity to engage in the budget process, both at implementation stage and also at the stage of actually developing or crafting the budget process. And in order for you to do that, you must understand governance. And when you understand governance, governance is simply what, and I'm sure that most of you know what governance is. Since one thing I didn't tell you about myself when I began my introduction is that I am a practicing Christian. Do you know what that means? Do you know what being a practicing Christian means? Yes, sir. I actually do. Yes. Someone else? I'm what? A walking Christian. Now, a practicing Christian is a person who fails every day and gets up every day to repeat their lives and to try and better themselves. And because I am that, I know that Christians believe in Sadaka. So we must changa. So when I'm speaking, I will ask you to changa into this conversation with me. So I want you to tell me, what is your understanding? Because that is your mchango. As far as Christianity goes, your Sadaka. What is in your understanding would governance be? Or how do you understand governance? There's no right answer, there's no right response. We are just putting our heads together. And you know my voice is actually very loud. So I can actually move from this podium, and when I come and stand beside you, you have to speak. So it's better you offer yourself before I come and stand there. Mike, who offers your understanding of governance? We have an offer here. The gentleman right here in front.
Well, I think governance is being part and taking responsibility in leadership.
Yes. That's an option, yes. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is James Lopeta from the University of Nairobi. Governance is a framework used by an organization or an institute so that everyone feels part that their contribution is heard. So that's governance according to my input.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I think I had not introduced myself. Kirutu Paul Samuel, a former Secretary General of Maseno University, and also standing in as a USPAC representative, as a youth and students coordinator for peace and security. Now, on governance, I can say that governance is, another way, is a mode of leadership.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for those who have been brave enough to stand up and share. Now, governance is simply the system by which an organization, an institution, even with your, I'm not going to try and even say the name, but there was this famous organization here that stood up and introduced themselves. You have a structure, a way in which you govern yourselves, the rules that say how do you run. Now remember, it is important for you to understand the governance structure, both at national and county level. And not because you're going to go and sit an exam for it, but because you're leaders. And because you must understand these structures in order for you to go and engage with them and be able to push the agenda forward for the students whom you're leading. Now, that system of governance is generally the same. You will find, for example, in all the ministries across the national government, there is a cabinet secretary, then there'll be a principal secretary. Some have one, some have two, some have three. So there'll be those principal secretaries, and those are the topmost decision makers or policy makers within those institutions. Then you'll find there are different other people that you need to engage with, director generals, directors, at different levels, depending on what issue you're pursuing at that particular stage. Now, one of the key ministries that I think is important for us to focus on is the Ministry of Education, because being students, issues education will come up. Remember that as we are implementing the budget, you will want to know, for example, how, as budget is being implemented, resources that are meant to support your agenda as students are being rolled out. As we are planning for the next budget, because remember we are actually at the mid stage almost, and I will not speak much to it because the CS will speak to you about it this afternoon, of actually developing the next budget, that you will be able to ensure that the Ministry of Education has put in place systems or processes or proposals that will protect your interests as students. And you know what those interests are. I will not speak to them, you know them better than I do. Remember that at the national level, you'll find that the Ministry of Education has got a scope. And the scope of that ministry is setting up the education policy, is setting up standards, is dealing with issues of curriculum, is dealing with issues of examination, granting of university charters, and universities generally. Now, why is it important for you as leaders to know this? So that you know where to address your issues. If it is an issue of money, is it a policy issue or is it an implementation issue? Do you want that issue to be changed? Do you want the government to change the mode that they are using to apply that policy, or do you want them to implement it better? So at what stage are you engaging with the government in this process? That is important for you as leaders to know. If you don't know, then the students you're with will not know. And if they don't know, then we have students getting agitated. And I'm sure most of you saw when we were working on the budget that we are currently implementing, a student who stood up to take on the cabinet secretary with a lot of false information that she had obtained from digital and social media. So this information is best received from you, and you have the capacity, the ability to be able to get that information. Now remember that at the national level, the Ministry of Education will of course handle, just to mention a few, higher learning, special education, promotion of sports and sports education, and then institutions of research, amongst others. Now, if you know the scope that they handle, then you will know the level and extent to which you can engage them in promoting the interests of students in as far as the budget is concerned. Let us not hear again, after you have this grand opportunity, as being the first people. And by the way, that list, if I were you, I would be taking pictures of the registration list so that I can frame it, so that one day, 20 years from now, you will say you are in the inaugural team of persons who said that students must be engaged and must be involved in the budget-making process in this country, whether it's implementation or development stage. So once you have that understanding, you'll know at which space and which process you can engage the government with. Now, at the county level, remember that different counties have different titles. But before I go there, we know that at the county level, their issues basically is pre-primary education, village polytechnics, home craft centers, farmers training centers, and child care facilities. That's the scope of education that falls under the county government. But you will know that at the county level, you'll find they have a CEC, and you have to find what title that CEC has, because counties have named them differently. I took two examples. One, they call Skills Development and Care. That is Nairobi. That is where you will find someone who may deal with issues that concern you. In Nakuru, they have Education, ICT, E-Government, and Public Communication. So that is where you'll find that issues that concern matters that will affect the students that you lead fall under. At the national level, it's a little easier because you'll find there are 3 state departments under the Ministry of Education. One is the State Department for Basic Education, and that's as basic as I can go. And then there is the State Department for Vocational and Technical Training. And then there is the State Department for Higher Education and Research. So it becomes easy to know which state department you want to focus your issues on, and you want to be sure that what are you done, what do you do with them, that you are involved as stakeholders. Remember that the budget process is not a mystery that is held at the National Treasury. National Treasury gives the guidelines. The National Treasury gives the parameters within which this should work. But before you come and point fingers at the National Treasury and say this is wrong, first be sure that you have engaged with the Ministry of Education at whatever level to ensure that your input, because those sectors go out and reach out to their stakeholders. Make sure that your student bodies are included as stakeholders, that they must tick in their box as having been included in their public participation forum, for this engagement to be meaningful, because we want this to grow from height to height. We want this to be a voice that everybody will be looking at what has happened or what has transpired in as far as the input from students is concerned when people are speaking budget and finance in this country. Now, when you look at the next ministry that I thought would be important to focus on is the Ministry of Health. Do you agree that it's key? Why? When I have spoken long for a few minutes, I must get Sadaka from you. Somebody contribute. Yes, sir. Please bring the mic in front.
Yeah, hello. It is important that we also discuss the Ministry of Health, because you've mentioned education. Yeah, it's important that we focus also on the Ministry of Health, because as you've mentioned, education affects almost every household in Kenya. Same way, health affects every individual in this nation. And as young people, that should be our point of concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very true. And you know that some wise woman somewhere once said that until you have a health issue, you will not know that you've had issues in your life. You'll think because your dad or your mom is harsh that you have problems. Or you think that because your parents have given you limited access, like your parent was telling us today, my children only get smartphones at a certain age. You'll think that you have a problem because you're not getting that. But you have no problem until you have a health issue. Once you have a health issue, you realize every other problem becomes very diminished. And matters of health and medical coverage, in as far as people in your age sets and persons in university or in learning institutions are concerned, is something that is key. Because sometimes your age definition, the matter of the scope and extent to which you can be covered as a dependent, or whether you need to contribute, those are issues that become pertinent, particularly when you have a health issue. When you're fit and fine, it's okay. It can become a secondary issue. But when you have that health issue, then it becomes primary. So the Ministry of Health, whose key mandate is to build a progressive, responsive, sustainable healthcare system for accelerated attainment of the highest standard of health to all Kenyans, has, of course, the Medical Services State Department, which is the state department that plays the crucial role of shaping healthcare in our country. And then it also has the Public Health and Professional Standards Department, which is the state department that is responsible for critical functions related to public health. Now, it's important for you to know these state departments under the Ministry of Health, to understand the scope and mandate, so that the issues of coverage, contributions to SHA, because we are now talking SHA in this country, and we are no longer saying that we don't want SHA, we're just saying make SHA work better, because it is already working. So it is just about improving it. So it is important that you are able to engage with those state departments to ensure that the concerns and the medical concerns, persons with special needs, etc., are taken into account, and that they are budgeted for, or that they are considered when budgets are being written in this country. Now, at the county level, of course, you would engage with those with the different CECs or the different departments at those county levels to ensure that the county is able to cater for some of these concerns that you'd have, as far as particularly maybe whether it's inpatient, outpatient, because depending on which hospital, we know the SHA regulations, which hospitals you need to go to before you can be referred to the next hospital. It will be important for your engagement. I'm giving you simple tips as leaders, because this is the work that we anticipate you will be doing. This will be the exciting document that you will be presenting, and the whole nation will be happy to see that for the first time, the students, the academic leaders, because at the time when you're learning now, when you're in college, you are deemed to be the giants of knowledge, because you're generating it and you're dealing with it every day, that this is what your input is in as far as issues relating to young persons is concerned. So that before we agitate, before we complain and point fingers and say that this budget does not speak to us, let us also take that step to ensure that our voice is heard and our issues are incorporated in that budget. Thank you very much for listening to me. I will assume you were listening because you did not walk out. So I'll assume you are listening. Thank you, and back to the moderator.
Wasn't that impactful? Did your neighbor learn something? Ask your neighbor, have you learned anything? Have you gained anything? And what have you learned? Right. Thank you so much, Wakili. It was such a pleasure to hear you speak and speak so articulately. When I grow up, I want to speak like you. Definitely. Now on to our next address, which is from the one and only Mr. Osborne Yogo, who also works under Honorable FCPA John Mbadi in his office at the cabinet, at the National Treasury rather, and will be speaking to us on leadership styles that student leaders can apply in their quest to grow as leaders. Now we'll get to engage with him and listen from him. He is also a leadership consultant, so you are in the room at the right time with the right person, and I would like to welcome him to address us on leadership styles and how we can adapt these various leadership styles in the situations that we get ourselves into as leaders and in the course of our leadership, and also beyond our student leadership. With a round of applause, help me welcome Mr. Osborne Yogo. Karibu sana.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Well, I am conflicted as to whether to greet or not, because I noticed lack of responsiveness when it comes to greetings. So I do not know whether to chant the comrade kind of greeting or to go formal in the manner that we do it corporately, or most probably for those of us who are in the church setup to most probably do the believer's kind of a wave. So I would most probably try the three and see if there could be response of any kind. Naomba wa Kristo tusalimiane hewani. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Nijibu kama unanisikia hewani. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Hallelujah. Then let me now try another one. Good morning, everyone. Comrades, power. Comrades, rear. Inaonekana kuna more comrades this side than that side. Wasakatonge. Niliona kuna wasakatonge wengi upande huu. Wasakatonge, rear. Thank you. Could I most probably ask, what is the entry procedure into becoming a member of Wasakatonge? Somebody said I must have to be jobless first. Well, I think even when I still have the little responsibility that God has privileged me to have, I am still a Msakatonge. Isn't it? And I noticed that Wasakatonge is basically made up of student leaders and former student leaders. Well, I think I am an emeritus. And proudly, my institution, one of the institutions that I was privileged to pass through, is represented here today. I was privileged to pass through 2 institutions in the country. I was only in one institution for 6 months. That was the University of Nairobi. I was one of the casualties of a generation that really fought the government, led by a gentleman known as Karl Marx. I don't know how many people remember that. And I was only a first year, and the handboy for a gentleman who is apparently also my colleague today is known as Moses Oburu, who happened to have been the longest serving chair of the University of Nairobi Students Organization. I don't know how many of you have the information about Moses Oburu. Those of us who come from the greatest university in, could I say the greatest university in Africa? In the world. So go find out who Oburu was in the team of Karl Marx. So I wasn't such a politician per se, but only by privilege. He happened to have spotted me one of those days because I took keen interest in what he was doing, and he loved wearing a lot of African wares. So when I got attracted to him, he gave me his bag to carry. And that became my tradition on every single day, to carry his bag for the meetings he was going. And now he would send me when the strikes were being organized. I became a casualty. He never was a casualty. So, well, I suffered. I managed to get a privilege of going to study in West Africa. That was in Nigeria, and that is where I did my first course on leadership. And then I did my second degree at the Kenya Methodist University. And I saw Kenya Methodist University here. So I am a proud product of Kenya Methodist University. Apparently, I was the student leader who went to that institution and didn't like the students' constitution and decided to lead what was called a constitutional review. And I managed to produce the constitution that the institution is using till today. I had a very bad spat, and at one point made one of our vice chancellors, Professor Mugambi, be fired because they felt that we were trying to break the institution into 2 and have Meru and also have Nairobi. My successor was Adede. So I am a product of Kenya Methodist University also, and also an emeritus. I had my 3rd course, that is a postgraduate diploma in business administration at DAMES International, that is based in Singapore. But I'm also proud because I have also had the names of 3 institutions where I am privileged to have children. I have a child in Kenya School of Law, and I saw somebody there. I have a child in Z-Tech University. I saw the leader somewhere here. And also I have a child in KCA University. So I think by and largely I am privileged and happy to be here with you guys. I am given one of the hardest topics to handle today because like beauty, so is leadership. I want us to understand that the best way that we can benefit from any procedural institutions is 1, understanding, and 2, institutionalization of leadership structures. I would also want us to understand one of the reasons why we would want each one of us to imbibe leadership ability or inculcate the kind of virtues that are required for leadership is to help us further this discourse, because it must not end here. We, being privileged to be the pioneers of this kind of a movement, are basically meant to be the ambassadors of my boss, the Cabinet Secretary, the FCPA John Mbadi, and the National Treasury in trying to propagate the agenda that the budget-making process is an all-inclusive process. It is a people-driven process. Your leadership is required in trying to perpetuate this agenda and engage the young people across board in ensuring that what is the intention of the government is not only captured and agreed to by the people,
but people find it as an all-inclusive process in which they can participate and their voices are heard. And that is why today we've agreed on a rallying call. Bajeti yangu, sauti yangu. Bajeti ya vijana, sauti yetu. So one more time, could I urge each one of us, if you could get out your phone, one more time, take a selfie. Most probably if you don't like your face, I believe that I'm one of the most handsome men that exist. You could most probably take my photo and share it and say, well, this handsome man is here to represent his boss. Could we one more time? Can I see your phones up, each one of us? I would start with my own. And I want to do mine in the reverse. I believe I'm seeing everyone. Wapi wa Sakatonge? Sioni mikono za watu wa Sakatonge. Mna Sakatonge mpaka muonekani kwa picha bwana. Well, thank you so much. I would love to have this session very brief, but as inclusive and engaging as possible. Allow me to begin by saying, why would I want us to develop the leadership skills that would help us to grow as individuals? And according to our program, is that you can apply to grow in your quest as leaders. One of my colleagues was urging me to share a little bit of my history and my past and how I made it to this place, and he felt that could most probably be encouraging. Like I've said before, I was born to a man I do not know until today. I don't know whether he's brown, blue, green, yellow, red. The only thing I know is he is black, because I'm not pointing anything. So my mother later got married in a place known as Kisumu. I was born in Kisii to a gentleman who did not consider me as a blessing, rather as a liability that needed to be eliminated. So I remember being sent away when I was around 7 years old and slept in a cold classroom until I was picked up by my maternal grandmother. So I went to Ongiche Primary School in Kisii. It was called Tusameta Boys High School, but was unable to make it there. I ended up in then very famous, by all standards, it was known as Kuoyo Secondary School. I don't know how many of us have had Kuoyo Secondary School. There is Kuoyo Kotieno, Kuoyo Oyugis Secondary School. That is where I was. But when I was going to high school, my uncle, together with the wife, was taking care of me, passed on. I am a product of a polygamous home. My grandfather was a polygamist. He had 7 wives. Somebody said there he was a wise man. Well, some of us have lacked that wisdom. And in my grandmother's house, she was only privileged to have 2 sons. Both of them were high school teachers. So when this one died, he left me, together with his 6 of his children, that is 7 of us, to his only brother, who had 4. So that made 11 of us, a complete football team with no reserve. So basically I dropped out of school. Then I was introduced to a lady known as Barbara Reinhardt, who was a representative of the German Volunteer Service. It's Barbara who paid my high school fee. Then I got to a point I had nothing to do. And then later on in life, that family was appreciating me. An aunt asks me over to Nairobi to be taken to college. And I was taken to a wonderful college. I didn't mention the name. Would you want to know which one it was? How many of us would want to know which one it was? Well, for those who want to know, I was made a houseboy. And I worked as a houseboy for 3 years, taking care of a little baby, from which I ended up in the streets. 3 years. I lived in the street as a street boy with no house over my life, over my head, for 1 whole year. In the streets of Zimmerman. And I was picked up by a young man known as Peter Geshohe, who was a matatu driver. I know most of you may not know, but then there was a very famous matatu driver, Route 44. It was called Top Secret. So Peter gave me an opportunity to be sleeping in his house. And then finally another one, known as Patrick Mushiri, gave me a permanent residence. If you had been privileged to be there then, you would have seen his father, our brothers from Central Lab, doing some houses out of the back of the timber. You know those timber offcuts? So they had like around 6 houses within the shopping center belonging to the father, so he invited me to live in one of them. I began life by trekking from Zimmerman to Kenya National Theatre. And that is where I met destiny. I was cast in one play, the next. Those of you, I think none of you did Kifo Kisimani. Those who did Kifo Kisimani, if you read the back, there's a cast list. You'll see Yogo Osborne, and that is me. And that is how I began life. Then I met a gentleman known as Dr. Pio Muma, who was the head of theatre arts at the University of Nairobi. That is the relationship between me and Muma, Catherine. So Dr. Pio Muma decided that I was a brain that needed to be taken to school, so he registered me at the University of Nairobi. And that's how I spent my 6 months there. The rest is history, and I've told you what has brought me this far. But over a period of time, I managed to grow in life, having to struggle and move from one point to another. I know we all have our struggles, but we must also not generally get to one same position. Like I've told my children that if any of them end at where I am, then they have failed because I provided a baseline. So I also expect that each one of us, having the kind of interactions that we have, they become as springboards to take us to the next levels of our lives. I got back to school and became a student leader. Unknown to most of you, today one of the organizations that has been there, I know several splinter groups have been formed. Kenya University Students Organization. When I was serving as the advisor on youth affairs in the office of the Prime Minister, I managed to relaunch the Kenya University Students Organization. I also did not mention to you that I was the first Kenyan to be elected when we met together as student leaders at the University of Dar es Salaam as the regional president for East African Community Organization, famously known as YAKSU. So I am speaking to people that I know, and I have moved from that particular point to be where I am today, and by privilege have been able to serve within the system with 4 different presidents and a prime minister. What do we understand as leadership? The next 10 minutes we're done. Could I have a microphone roving? We are all student leaders, isn't it? We're all student leaders, isn't it? Whether you are an emeritus or not, you're a student leader, isn't it? You are a leader. What would you define as a leader? And like my colleague Millie said, no answer is wrong. Answers were only wrong when we were doing those exams you're marking A or B. Can somebody offer to define for me what a leader is? I can see there's also a hand at the back. You can spot that one. There is another hand here. Oh, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is attracting more attention. Okay, any mic that is closer that is working, you can start with the one that is working. These sound guys don't want you to speak Korean.
Amesimama for long.
Yes, Korean.
Thank you. The point is coming. I'm Ronnie, the Secretary General, Alube University.
Yes.
A leader is a person who takes an initiative to stand at a position of responsibilities, preferring to front the needs of the people, becoming selfless, and trying to ensure that he or she serve others as and give them the first priority.
Thank you, Korir. I love two things from that definition: selflessness and the people. That is people needs. So you're talking about need-centric. Okay? Yes, Ndugu?
I'm Cliff Ravasco. Leadership is the ability to guide and inspire a group of people, probably to achieve a common goal.
Thank you. Well, let me tweak the question a little bit. That gentleman looks like he's coming from a religion where I used to be before, African Israel Nineveh. Yes?
Okay, with me, as a leader who is representing all the vocational training centers in Nairobi, a leader is someone who knows the ways, goes the ways, and even shows the way.
Knows the way, goes the way, shows the way.
Yes, and basically, my type of leadership is a people-centered leadership.
What if the people don't follow? You know, you go, you show. What if they don't follow?
If they don't follow, that means I did not include them from the start. So it's inclusive leadership where we bring different opinions, then we disagree to agree, then later we come up with one agreement.
Thank you.
That's the leadership.
There's a lady I saw somewhere here. Yes?
Well, thank you. I am Midinta Nyambura from International Leadership University. And actually, my answer was quite similar, but I'll just expound a little bit. So a leader, as for me, I believe anyone can hold any position. So you're not a leader because of the position you hold, but you're a leader because you can effectively guide, you can inspire people to be better than who and what they are today, and you can motivate people to do beyond what they think is their capability.
Thank you. Thank you. I love that. There's a big difference between leadership and position. Leadership is an innate quality, an innate quality that needs nurture. So there is a very great difference between leadership and position. And now I tweak the question to this gentleman right in front of me because he had raised his hands. What then is the difference between leadership and management? Or are they one and the same?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Agwanda. You've asked of the difference between leadership and management. Leadership, when you are in a leadership position, you are in a position to influence decisions.
I want you to note, it's possible to be in a leadership position and not be a leader.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Being a leader is basically you are in a position to influence decision towards people achieving a specific goal. But then being in management, you are bound to some kind of environment whereby you influence decision based on that particular environment's goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Very briefly, like I wrote in one of my books, it's called Leader or Dealer. I say leadership is by concepts. Management is by codes. The principles of management are the same globally. Factors of production never change. But leadership is by concepts based on the place that the organization finds itself. So the position of the organization defines the concepts that are developed in steering the organization to what it ought to be. And that is what has distinguished our cabinet secretary as at now. Had it been that there are principles that had been set for the kind of a position that he finds himself in, then we would not be here where we are. But he develops concepts that are able to, that engenders such kind of discourse and drive, get involvement in the overall shared objectives of the people. Now, one man known as John Adair, one of the renowned leadership gurus globally, John Adair defines a leader as a senior partner one who works with others as a senior partner, number one, to achieve specific objectives. Number two, to build the team. And number three, to meet individual needs. I would go over that definition by John Adair. He defines a leader as one who works with others, not as a boss, but as a senior partner. Number one, to achieve specific objectives. Number two, to build the team. And number three, to meet specific Number one, to build a team, to meet specific objectives, build a team, and to meet individual needs. That is, if any of these three distinct needs are not met, then you failed as a leader. Your responsibility must, number one, be the achievement of specific objectives. What are you working towards achieving? And in the process of achieving the shared objectives, whether as individual, corporately, or nationally, then in the process the people must be built. If the objectives are achieved but there is deterioration in the lives of the people, then you don't qualify as a leader. So the people must be carried along in the process of meeting the objectives. And the other thing, to build a team and also to meet the individual needs. Now, very briefly, how then do you grow your leadership capability? How do you grow your leadership capability? Now, I want to just mention two things. Number one, you need to spell your leadership vision. Like I've always said, it is not what you see today that takes you into tomorrow. It's what you see there that drives you into it. So if you must grow in your leadership capability, if you must rise in your, like I mentioned briefly, I said leadership is an innate quality that needs nurture. Like a seed, leadership requires a conducive environment that supports its growth. Now, a seed is what I would call the component of life that supports continuity or perpetuation of generations. When you kill a seed, you have enacted or pressed the button of demise. So, just in the same way that seeds have to be nurtured and given the ability or the opportunity to sprout, grow and bear fruit, so is leadership ability. I was speaking somewhere on Sunday and I said not every seed that is sowed grows. Some of us who are born and raised in the village, we understand that once you go to the village and you sow your seeds, after a period of time when they begin the process of germination, you go back and look at the holes where there is nothing and you replant. Because not every seed that goes into the ground grows. Now, not everyone with that innate ability of leadership gets the opportunity to have that ability grow, which means you must get the supporting kind of environment, a conducive environment that would nurture the ability that is within you and enable it to grow. So each one of us that are desirous to grow in leadership must therefore now find the environment that would support our own growth. I've realized one thing in our generation as people grow. Allow me to say this. If you realize that revolutions globally have always been led by young people. I don't know whether you know that. Now look at the changes and transformations that have happened globally. They happened through three fronts. One is the civil society. Two is the church. And three is student leadership. I don't know whether I'm correct. If you look at now what has happened in our country, for example, the three arms are basically dead. One, the first one to go to bed with the structures that desired to entertain status quo was the church. Then it was followed by the civil society. And then now we killed student leadership with the Duale Bill. I don't know whether I'm speaking sense. Is that true? And so today we have student leaders, and I say this with all due respect, who hold positions as puppets of the institutions in which we serve. And therefore we cannot enforce any change and transformation in those particular institutions, and will never serve the interest of the people that we lead. And that is why I said if you must grow as a leader, then you must define your leadership vision. What is it exactly that you want to become and you want to achieve? There is one man known as H.L. Hunt. In his 30s, he was declared bankrupt cotton farmer. In his 50s, he was declared Texas rich oil billionaire. When he was asked by the journalist what his secret was, he said, number one, determine exactly what you want to become. And that is where most of us fail. We have a lot of people wanting so many things without wanting any one thing in particular. And I've said this of the younger generation, that we have a generation that know what they don't want, but don't spell what they want. I don't know whether I'm speaking to someone. Can I say another bad one that you don't like? I mentioned to the team that we had before is that we have, I know we all understand we're in the fourth industrial revolution. That is the information age. And like I've said before, the last time we had that discussion with Millie in the office, she laughed at it. And I said we have the revolution that has succeeded in creating the highest level of buffoonery. Because we have a generation that lives with the world encyclopedia in their hands, but only visit it for information and not for knowledge. Because those two are very different. If we are desirous of growing to become leaders of repute and people that could change and transform the economies in which we find ourselves, then knowledge must be at the core of our growth. And that knowledge would be informed by your desire to clearly spell out that which you want to be. Like H.L. Hunt says, you must determine exactly what you want to become. Number two, you must define the price to pay to get there. And number three, you must resolve to pay the price. Allow me to say this from the onset, that leadership can be very lonely. As you rise in life, your cycle also shrinks. There are certain people who just drop off your life. You'd want to have time for them, but you can't, because responsibility negates their presence. And so leadership would be a very lonely position. You must begin to build the process now. If you don't carefully articulate that which you would want to become, then you may end up a very frustrated fellow in life. I almost said, praise the Lord. Well, another thing that you need to do as I draw to closing is build the relevant skills. Could you clearly spell out your leadership inadequacy and insufficiency? Clearly spell out your leadership inadequacy and insufficiency. There are certain things that are bare minimums for you to become a leader. Bare minimums. Like I've said, institutional and leadership growth requires character. Charisma without character is a recipe for crisis. So you must, as an individual, define your leadership inadequacies. What are the skills that you must build as an individual? For example, if you have to be a leader, then you must not only define your agenda, but you must also carefully, critically, and articulately share the agenda. And that is why we are talking about shared objectives. Now, if people cannot understand what you want to achieve, it would become very hard for them to follow you. So you can't influence their action. So one of the core skills that you must learn as an individual is your communication skills, the ability to communicate effectively. I know one of our budding young leaders, given an opportunity to begin to speak, they can speak very eloquently, very articulately, but at the end of the day, you cannot tell the points that they have said, because communication is not in the vocabularies. Am I speaking to someone? You know, when we were in school, we would study dictionary, so that when we get the debate time, Madam, you remember the I dignify your dignity, Mr. Speaker, sir? How many of us said, I dignify your dignity, Mr. Speaker, sir? So it's not only me. It was not just my school. So you'd read your dictionary to make sure that the next time you appear on the floor, you must say some words that take people back to the dictionary. Well, so there's a skill or an art of communication, because your communication must be persuasive. Like I have always said, there was one very dangerous man that you would never give an opportunity to sit with, or to sit with you, if you did not want to follow him. That was Raila Odinga. You could hate him from a distance, but if you gave him 2 minutes of your time, when you leave that place, you'd be wondering why you had not followed him all the while, because his communication was very persuasive. So as a leader, you must build those skills. So identify what you'd regard as your leadership deficiencies. What are your leadership inadequacies? Which are the areas of life that you must build or grow? What kind of leadership? Because I talked about your leadership vision. I have a gentleman here who is a sports representative. He is a leader in the sports fraternity. I would not expect him to present himself the way I would in the corporate world. Now, what kind of a leader would you want to be? What is your leadership vision? Once you define that, then you go for the skills relevant to help you achieve that particular dream. Remember the H.L. Hunt story. Define exactly what you want to become. The question I want to ask all of us as we close is, I learned a story in Nigeria when I lived and worked there. They said 20 children don't play together for 20 years. You will one day part ways, but life has a way of bringing us back together. When you meet, would the person you were with as a young person be pleased at what your adult has become? Because 20 children don't play together for 20 years. Let's build equality as it starts now. Another saying from that place says, the dance that you've missed on your waist, you can't correct on your feet. It must start from the ground. Thank you so much.
I have nothing to add on that. That was concise and brief and straight to the point, but full of a wealth of knowledge. Let's appreciate Mr. Osborne Yogo once more. Now on to our third session. We will be hearing from Mr. Alphonse Ochola. He is an alumni of the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, JKUAT, where he studied actuarial science, and he is currently an actuarial analyst in the insurance sector, that is in Liberty Insurance. He will be speaking to us on rethinking budget allocations for campus security. And when we talk of campus security, it is fiscal security, not any other type of security that we may have had in mind. He will be speaking to us on strategically aligning our campus fiscal allocations to the academic year's goals. So I know the student leaders who are here, we have budgetary allocations that we have prepared with our teams. So how do we ensure that these budgetary allocations fall in line with the vision, as Mr. Osborne has said, and the goals we have set, and how do we ensure that we are kept accountable with these finances that are entrusted in our hands? So with a round of applause, I would like us to appreciate and welcome on stage Mr. Alphonse Ochola. Let's appreciate him. Until he arrives.
To the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury in his absentia, to my fellow panelists, and the entire student leaders fraternity, good afternoon. Well, first of all, you'll have to pardon my eloquence, because ideally you can't compare me with my co-panelist, whose years of experience is more than my age as far as my existence in this world is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no kids in Kenya School of Law. I have no kids at KCA University. And to sum it all, I don't even have their mother. Well, my journey as Ochola Alphonse starts somewhere at Kisumu County. We are those guys who attended schools which, when you label their names, they sound like insults at the primary level. When I thought that after passing my KCPA education, I will have the opportunity to run away from that rural area, my grandmother could not fathom the fact that it was more probable for me to leave her alone as the only human resource she used to depend on back at home. So then it was again another journey to go to that high school, whose name again, when you mention it, it's still sounding like an insult. So it is at that moment that one day our principal decided to take us to a motivational walk at the University of Masinde Muliro. How many from Masinde Muliro are here? Yes, thank you so much. So when I was at Masinde Muliro as a benchmarking student for my former high school, I noticed something that campus students were doing. A gentleman came, passed while holding the hands of a lady, and on my mind I thought, wow, campus is such an amazing place to be. Because all my relationship needs were suppressed by the fact that I was below 18 years old. My financial, okay, we are not even going to talk about finances when you are still in high school. So the only way you could entice someone was using some 5 bob of mandazis. But ideally, if you studied in a boarding boys' high school, I don't think you even had the privilege of seeing ladies around. So the experience at Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology could later shape the fate of the trajectory of my education. Therefore, when the results for KCSE were finally out, I was only focused on applying for those universities that were very far away from home. So I could hear someone applying Rongo University, and I was like, dude, are you sure? All the entire time I wanted to get out of that place. So ladies and gentlemen, in 2019, I found myself at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology to pursue BSc in Actuarial Science. Now, when I was a first-year student, I was motivated by the fact that back at home, you are the only first person who have stepped their feet at the higher learning institutions. I could therefore leverage this information to my advantage, because back at home, my parents never had the privilege of supplying you with all the finances that you needed to facilitate your studies. So what did I do? I could tell them that, Mom, today the institution needs, let's say, 1,000 for photosynthesis. Then you use that money, then also come up with a different excuse. So that was my whole surviving journey at the University of Agriculture and Technology. Now, what happened one day was Sakatonge. So now, one day, as I was sleeping at the hostel at Jomo Kenyatta University, some dude came into that hostel. He saw me lying flat, having no plans for the day, even having no lunch. Now, it's normal. Then she told me if I could join his campaign team to help him support one of the candidates who was running for the finance docket at Jomo Kenyatta University, then I could be assured of at least some lunch and supper. So it was somehow a coincidence to find me having joined politics, something that I never knew about, for the first time. And this is a space where people don't joke, in campus politics. So nevertheless, I joined. Then I started campaigning for that lady. She was called Karo. Unfortunately, she lost. Now, the aftermath of her losing made me realize that at least I can see some potential in me by trying to assess the gaps that she never addressed at that point. Therefore, what happened? I decided to check for my confidence, then step into the political arena. The journey in campus politics was not that smooth. As someone who is coming from a poor background, you don't have the financial muscle that can even persuade people to listen to you. Then it became such a task to convince someone to listen to my ideologies and principles, to buy into my information, to buy into my understanding and perceptions of events and circumstances, without money. Now, when we were running, so I had to step down, be a PA for our presidential candidate then. His name was called Huxley Magak. So being the presidential advisor of Huxley Magak then, I had to tone down all my political ambitions and coil my tail so that I could fit on her way of leadership, on his way of leadership, even though some of them never made sense to me. So what happened then? Jomo Kenyatta had this habit of disqualifying candidates based on 0 grounds. Then they could preferably pass their candidate unopposed. Now, even as much as we talk about the Duale Bill, I want to assure you that certain institutions have also contributed to suppressing the voices of the students at various institutions. So then what happened? My presidential candidate had to take the school to court for them to explain to us the basis for the disqualification of our candidate. Now, after that, we won the case. Therefore, the candidate was supposed to be given Kenya shillings 2.5 million worth of damages. Today, as I speak to you, the president who is currently sitting in Jomo Kenyatta University has been duly elected by the delegate system that serves to put leaders in position of power. So it is through that struggle that I had to understand why we need systems that function in our various institutions. Going back to the theme of today, as I was going through the topic, rethinking budget allocation for campus security. First of all, we need to understand the importance of allocating budgets to university institutions. Now, I want to base my presentation on the findings that Dr. Belio Kipsang did present on his report of the education sector. One of his major findings was 11.7% growth in students enrolled in universities and in public and private institutions was recorded in the year 2023 compared to the year 2024. Now, 2023 compared to the year 2022. Now, what does this mean? It means, therefore, then, that there is a significant growth in the student population in university institutions. And therefore, we are not expected to lean on the traditional forms of budgeting, because the traditional forms of budgeting never foresaw the future financial needs of the students as we progress based on at every point in time. Now, one of the major, today if you, for example, I want to use the University of Nairobi. Now, the University of Nairobi, if you look at the capacity of our hostels, they are not enough to cover the 20,000 population that he was talking about. Given the fact that land is a fixed resource, therefore it is very difficult to expand. Now, what are we resorting to? Our students will now go back and start looking for residentials outside the university premises. When you go to residentials outside the university premises, they are always charged at the market rate. And the decision to come up with the market rate for residential places is based on ideally the working class outside who have the financial muscle to pay for those rents. Now, you can't immerse a student at a place whereby any other person there is a parent, they are paying rent worth of 10,000, then you also want the student to be there. Then the following day, you add 1,000 to that amount of money. That means that even there is an outlier of students who can afford a rent of 10,000 shillings. What does this mean? Previously, there was this fancy statement where people would come up on screens and say that, you see, I found my girlfriend from campus, But right now, I want to assure you that is no longer the case. In my 4 years at university, I spent most of my years using university as the relay playground of running away from relationships as a coping mechanism. Why? Because I never had, the ladies we had were comparing themselves with us, with the people who could leverage their financial muscle to exercise their high hypergamy traits on us. Now, what does that mean? It means, therefore, then, that the only focus there was supposed to be education and education alone. If you are to use your help money to fund any other thing apart from education, it means that you are now going away or astray from whatever you are purposed to do at that particular time. Now, remember the help disbursement program. In 2023, the amount that was allocated under that docket was 31.6 billion. In 2024, the amount that was allocated was 36 billion. And in 2025, the amount that was allocated was around 41.5 billion. If you look at the trend, there is a general increase of an average of 14% towards the allocation of that budget. That means that the amount relating to that increment is around 4.4 billion per year. Why am I bringing this information here today? Because if you compare the rate at which the population is growing in campus, take, for example, the number of people joining campus and the number of people leaving campus, that is the population outflux, take the difference between the population outflux and the population influx, you will find your net increase in population growth. Now, why am I talking about the net increase in population growth? So that in our budgeting process, we bring data-driven decision-making as far as the budgeting allocation is concerned. Why do I say this? Because we cannot say that we are going to allocate a proportionate amount of money to the education program without understanding the key statistical education matrices that underlies that particular allocation. Next, when I was talking about the challenges that students face, I want to address some 4 critical points. Number 1, it's the student's upkeep fee. The next one is the mental health problems that exist due to financial constraints in campus institutions. Another one is inclusivity, and I'm so happy to be part of this program today because moving forward now, with the launch of this program, each and every student is going to take part, to be part and parcel of driving budget-associated decision-making processes. Now, what do I say? I'm saying that it is now incumbent upon the student leaders to ensure that appropriate allocation of resources exists within the decision-making structures as far as university or campus education is concerned. Another thing, there is lack of social amenities. When I was in campus, there was a lady who got sick at night, was admitted at the hospital facilities at Jomo Kenyatta. Then the facility was incapacitated to handle the problem. As she was being transferred to Thika Level 5 hospital, the lady unfortunately died on the way. Remember, these are university institutions where we are even training medics in those particular institutions. So when I say that the problems of the traditional methods of allocating finances could not be flexible enough to foresee the future challenges that the learner will have, I'm right point in time, because when these challenges, they mutate. At one point, we need ICU systems in our institutions. I'm also not oblivious to the fact that students sometimes are getting pregnant. And if your institution has a maternity medical care, please carry up your hand. Yes, thank you. Therefore, the reason why we have to ensure that there is appropriate, we need to rethink about allocating budgets to students, to university institutions, is because of the challenges, the magnitude of the challenges that we have. Now, before I conclude, I need to talk about one solution that we can offer as far as all these processes are concerned. We need to support student-led research programs, whereby the institution partners with organizations so that they do research. And therefore, our students become part of the formulation of the hypothesis. You are part of the data analysis processes. You become part of the entire process of analyzing information, and you are being paid for all that process. What do I mean? This will enable the students to equip themselves with the necessary funds that they can use to counter their basic needs. Ladies and gentlemen, we also need, given the trajectory that the technology is taking, we are being told that we need to prepare for AI. In future budgeting processes, we also should be keen on seeing that we develop policies that will enhance the institutions or the national treasury to come up with AI labs. Because we can't be talking about AI, taking students to school, then they are now behind technology, and tomorrow we want them to be competent in the workplace. It means, therefore then, that technology is at the core of the budgeting process. I therefore beseech us, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that we rewire our thinking as far as budgeting allocation process is concerned, to ensure that the flexibility in terms of meeting future financial needs and obligation in our university institutions is concerned. Then, I also ask us to be accountable. It is only prudent of the student leadership to hold to account people who are mismanaging and embezzling funds in our institutions of learning. We can't be having the miscreants, avaricious louts who are running the coffers of our educations dry. Therefore, it means, most probably, that if we continue with the same way of allocation of budgets, we are going to lag behind in terms of development, we are going to suffer, and in fact, all the backbone of this country is education. When Dr. Albert Winsmias was asked about developing Singapore by the then President Lee, he said one thing, that for us to grow a country, we need 4 things to align to the development of a given country. Number 1, we were supposed to lower the taxes. Number 2, train your population. Number 3, fight corruption. And number 4, ensure that there is peace and stability in that country. Therefore, if one of these cores, which is training your population, lags behind, then the entire system of trying to transform a country will collapse. Ladies and gentlemen, let me stop at that point. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Alphonse. We do appreciate your insights. Last but not least, we have Miss Mary Joyner, who is currently a student leader from KCA University, who also works in project management and HR consultancy. She will be speaking to us on the bridge between leadership in campus and leadership out of campus, and how student leaders can utilize the skills garnered during their tenure in the leadership positions to build their careers, but also bring social impact both locally and globally. With a round of applause, let's appreciate and welcome to the podium Miss Mary Joyner. Let's appreciate her.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Wendy, for the opportunity. To my fellow panelists, good afternoon. Good afternoon, comrades. Many has been spoken about, much has been said. Unlike my fellow panelists, I don't have a sorry story about my life. Unfortunately, things happen in life, and I think leaders have been made from different spaces and different parts of life. To narrow down to what we are speaking about today, and particularly to what I'm speaking about today, is the bridge between student leadership in school and outside world. I'd like to look at a few people that have really been at the forefront of so many things, that when we look about leadership and we look about campaigns, and when we look about life inside politics, we look at some of these leaders. A key person that I would like to look at today is Nelson Mandela. Another key person I'd like to look at is the late Wangari Maathai. And another person I'd like to look at today is Barack Obama. Well, when we look at these people, they've left legacies. When we look into Nelson Mandela, we look at someone who fought for the freedom of South Africa. When we look at Wangari Maathai, this is a leader who has shaped the environmental sector of Kenya. And when we particularly look at Barack Obama, we look at our very own, who didn't only look at Kenya as where he came from, but he looked at Africa and stood as one of the black African leaders to lead in the United States of America. Well, these leaders, when we narrow back to where they really come from, we look at where they started. Nelson Mandela started as a young leader, just like many of us here. From being a member of the student council, to shaping up different spaces, to speaking about so many things that he felt were so wrong. And that is each and every one of us in this room. We see a problem, we offer solution. And that is what makes leaders. We do not only offer solutions, but we are the eyes to the people. We are the people's eyes, we are the people's voices. And many a times, we echo our voices so loud that we are more noisier than the wise words we ought to be saying. When we look at Wangari Maathai, today she was part of the many things that I wanted to say, but then again, I had a few wise words from one of our panelists that apparently she was not the first black lady to be in a certain position. But then again, we look at how much we've shaped our politics today. When I saw this topic, I was keenly narrowing it down to three things. What the bridge looks like for leaders, which is one, exposure. Are we putting leaders in spaces that is allowing them to feel exposed to the real world? Are we giving them the eyes to the real society? Today we have a few people from the Treasury. Have we seen a need to give exposure to the young people? Other than the seats that we're holding right now, other than the space that we're seated here right now, is there any other place that we can give exposure to the young people? Other than the forums, the campaigns, is there any other space? Well, research can be a very good thing to start from. Another key thing is mentorship. Are we leaving the leaders to find their way? And a key discussion yesterday when I was having a discussion with one of my friends was, so many of us have skills, so many of us have the knowledge, but what we lack is, where do we fit in this whole thing? After campus, after all the politics of being a governor, after all the politics of being a chairman, where do we belong in the real world? Where do we fit in? And we tend to tell the young people, find your own footing, find your own space, create your own jobs, find it. Give me the 5 bob to start it. Who's willing? Nobody's willing. Who is willing to give the young people the exposure that they actually need to stand in these spaces? Are we really mentoring young people? We are giving goodies and nice cookies to the mics and nice words to the people that are listening that are not in our homes. Yet the very mentorship that we ought to give to the next generation, we are only feeding in our homes. And the last and final thing I'd like to say, responsibility. Give leaders a chance. Give the young people a chance to have real responsibility. Shake them a little bit, because Rome wasn't built in one day, and nothing was built with only cement. It takes so many people to build a wall, but it takes one man to feed so many people. Show them where to fish, show them how to fish, and they will forever learn how to feed themselves. Thank you.
All right, let's appreciate all our speakers for this particular session. Let's appreciate them. Now, to sum it all up, we'll have a plenary or a question session. But before that, I'd like to inquire one person from each column. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, let's take 3 people. 3 people who have had fundamental key takeaways from this particular session. So if you would love a chance to be featured on TV or to be recognized and remembered by our panelists, kindly give your key takeaways at this moment. Have we learned anything? Yes, we have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 already. All right.
Okay, thank you, Miss Wendy. First and foremost, I'm Mbadi Valentine most. And let me to reiterate, I was so happy, and in fact, I'm employed senior, that is Yogo, because he has demonstrated the undying spirit of a buffalo soldier from where he was to that point. Now, I've realized that the Ministry of Education has got 3 departments. I thought that there were 2. And I've also realized the Health Ministry, which I believe that in the near future I'm going to be one part and parcel stakeholder, as also 3 medical services takes lead. Now, my takeaway is when Mr. Yogo was presenting that charisma without character is a recipe for
disaster.
How many were with me? Charisma without character is a recipe for crisis, and in so doing, we as young people are implored that we should also work on our character as we walk up the ladder, because we believe this is not the end of it all. The last one, I am going to, I think if there is a question, I don't know if we are going to have a Q&A session, I can save it. Thank you.
You can currently just ask, then we'll pick other 3 questions.
Thank you. The 2022 elections, there was a Mkruini MP aspirant who also couples to be a lawyer or a barrister. And he said after losing that the intellectual difference between him and the electorate could not meet the meeting of minds. Meaning that maybe he had got a greater vision that these other people couldn't comprehend. Now, as you had said, we have got issues of articulations on the best things we want to do for our country. You have traveled, and maybe from Singapore, which we believe that we are looking up to as a nation. How will you make these people that don't understand, that are not exposed to how things are done, like now this is a new initiative that you're bringing as leaders, so that they can understand a vision that you have seen, and they can adapt it and work towards achieving it as a leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Second takeaway? Yes. Let's appreciate Mr. Valentine.
Good afternoon. My name is Babu Mbeche. I'm the youngest mzee in UN. So my key takeaway points from Yogo, he said that leadership is by concept and management is by code. I come from this school, same school with Robin Sharma, the author of Leaders Without Title, the leader who had no title. And Robin Sharma says that everyone is a leader at his or her individual point. And he says that before someone stands to be the leader who leads the leaders, then everyone else is a leader. So, Mr. Yogo, you've really inspired and it was a good one. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Mr. Babu. The last one was at the back. The one with, yes.
All right, thank you. My name is Tony Blair. One takeaway I have, I'm a student at Jomo Kenyatta University, is that I got it from the last speaker because I arrived a bit late. And she actually articulated something on responsibility, we as the young people. And again, something to do about being taught about how to fish so that we can implement what we have been taught. And this has really engineered something in my system and really bestowed something in me that as a young person, I have a responsibility to take for the future generation. And therefore, I would also like to request our leaders and fellow students that let us give opportunity to the young people so that we exit to explore much more about our country as well for the progress, so that as we lead with unity and togetherness, we can achieve something great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him. Now, I'd like us to take one question per speaker, rather. We have one question for Mr. Osborne. Could we have a question for Advocate Millie, a question for Mr. Alphonse, and a question for Miss Mary? Yes, in front, Juliet. Second, yeah, the lady in red, and the third one. The last one. Yes, Dawn, Mr. Dawn. Yes, you can start because you're closest to the mic.
Thank you so much. For me, I just stated that I'm FCPA, so I'm also doing BCom and I'm interested in this treasury. Now, my friend there said very well that we as student leaders, we should ensure that the allocation to the institution is of more economic benefit. But now, as the student leaders, our fear is, will you take our, like, the process of your implementation of this, our submission? Yes, we can submit our, maybe, let me say, resolution and so on. But now the problem comes in when it comes to implementation. That is our fear as student leaders. Number two, again, personally, I had some questions to the PS because I was one of the guys who, among those people who unpacked 2025 financial bill. And we saw some proposed taxes on animal feed. I'm yet to understand that at the end of the day, this proposed tax on animals feed, what is the outcome to the purchasing power and to the final product? Automatically the prices will go up. So I think, sir, we just need to understand. Then lastly, these online digital platforms are taxed. As we speak, young youths are paying taxes for these digital platforms. But again, there are no jobs, of which we understand. Now, because you've come with a better option to fathom the intellectual minds of students here today, we are requesting, and I'm submitting on behalf of others as comrades, we be given platforms, especially to run the webinar, awareness, to create awareness on how to file KRA returns, the exact what common mwananchi should know, because the online platforms are being taxed. So as a taxpayer, I need to feel that even if I'm being deducted a tax, there is an alternative of getting a job from the treasury. If you assure me that, I'll then go back to my constituents and explain to them, comrades, power.
Comrade Scars. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Don for that. And also, we can continue the conversation on social media. Let's be recording the people who are giving their insights and also questions, so that people out there may also, or rather our followers and social media platforms may come alive, and that we may also get the conversation going on social media. Remember the hashtags. Hashtag budget yetu sauti yetu. What was the second hashtag? Bajeti sauti ya vijana. Vijana na bajeti. Thank you. Hata mimi nimesahau. Oh, that's not right. The second question, there was a third and fourth question. It was the guy at, behind. But since you have the mic, just be brief and concise. To the point, kindly, Wakili.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be brief. And my question is to the National Treasury as a whole. And this is the question. Currently, we are seeing the rate of turnover from universities to the market field. What is the National Treasury, as an institution, department within the government, trying to do to ensure that we try to help and create opportunities for the young people who are coming out of the universities? And this, I understand that in a third world country, I know Kenya is a developing country, it is not for the government always to create opportunities. And we leverage more on self-employment. But then we have so many professionals who are coming out, not getting opportunity even for apprenticeship, and even the internship opportunities. I've had engagements with the Ministry of Lands and PSINGA. There was a time when we were trying to work out on something on how affordable housing we can create 500,000 jobs for the young people out of affordable housing. It's something that was very complicated. And even when we were trying to see that people to do 3 rotations, that each person 8 hours, to have enough opportunities for the young people, it was a very complex thing. And this goes directly, not only within the Ministry of, it especially lies within the Ministry of the Treasury and of the Public Service. How are we going to create more opportunities? What is the Treasury doing to create more opportunities for the young people, even in tax incentives for the upcoming young people who are trying to have business, create their businesses, even tax leverages on their, some people are working under as an interns, paying 20, 30,000 as young people just trying to survive. How can we create tax incentives, not only directly through the income tax, but also other taxes that are there or are imposed on so many things that are touching on the young people, to help the young people grow economically? Because that is my biggest concern, because in the next 10 years, we might have a very big problem of employment. And I just want to understand, as a department that deals with financial issues, what essentially are they planning to do to ensure that they leverage and reduce on the rate of unemployment, not only directly employment by the government, but also on self-employment through tax incentives.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him.
Okay, once more. Paul Samuel, the SG Emeritus, Maseno University. I have a question on this topic that I saw on rethinking on budget allocation for campus security. And as a youth and student advocate for peace and security, I have a question that most of student leaders in this country have taken a lot of initiative towards addressing peace and security in various institutions. And some of these initiatives, student leaders are planning to maybe institutionalize them in their various institutions. For example, there is a recent initiative that have given many student leaders to have conversation and engagement direct to the security agencies, the Jukwaa la Wasomi. I know most of student leaders here are aware of it, that it was formed through USPAC, who the CEO is Wakili Alan Chacha. Now, what is the plan from the Ministry of Finance or from the National Treasury and Economic Planning? What is the plan towards this? Are you planning to support, because as I have said, that most of student leaders right now are thinking now to make some of these conversations or some of these initiatives to work and maybe create those forums towards addressing these peace and security issues in the institutions. And it is true that on that, most of institutions or most of student leaders are not supported towards addressing that. They have that interest, but now that support. Now, as the National Treasury and Economic Planning, please guide us or tell us what is your plan. Thank you.
Yes, and let's appreciate him, and let's be reminded to be brief and concise, straight to the point. Yes. Kindly pass the mic to the lady in red.
Can
Kindly
I ask?
Sorry, because of time.
It is only one question, kindly.
One sentence.
Yes, it's written. Once again, I'm Ronnie Kipkorir, Secretary General Lupe University, Busia County. One question which it has spotted me, and I saw the importance of mentioning it because it's cutting across all universities, is what measures are in place to ensure timely disbursement of student loan and scholarship, and how will delay be prevented in the upcoming financial year? I'm saying this because as we talk now, some students, especially those under the new funding model, who didn't their support in the previous academic year, coming to this year, they have received financial support for this academic year. Now, who will clear the burden for the previous academic year? And as I talk, a number of students from Alube University cried a lot. And as an SG, all the tears are coming and passing to you. Comrades are coming, crying on your shoulders. It's my question now. I really decide to travel from the border to this place so that I present the issue and have a solution not only for Alupe, but for all universities in Kenya. Kindly help us, because as leaders, we are the people who are suffering the most because of our people. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tisi Nyango. So I have two questions to the advocate and to Mr. Yogo. Being a leader is to impact, and we just agree that for us to get to where you are today, we need to get the platforms for us to be there. As individuals, can you sponsor like one student leader, maybe to go to Singapore and start business management or such things, for them to be where you are today? Second, as a prospective advocate of the High Court of Kenya, this year we didn't have the KSL having the HELB loan. And you know, after graduation, we really don't have that much money. Can we agree that the class of 2026, 2027 may have HELB loan for the KSL class next year? I want an assurance, a yes or a no, because they've already applied for that. Lastly, for the student leaders who are here, we know that at least a good number of students, yes, we get help. But paying the help sometimes might be hard post-graduation. Is there any time, like you do the tax waivers, can you do the help waivers as well for the students who have help loans, to help them start, so that the little they have, they use for business and not paying help? Because I hear some organizations, for you to work, you have to have the help clearance certificate. So can we have help waivers?
Let's appreciate.
I only have one question. You see, the other ministries depends on the Ministry for Treasury. I come from, a place where I was the first person to speak in English, so sometimes it is difficult. So there is this problem that when the doctors want to strike, the ministry will always complain that the treasury has not released the money. When we need help, Bwana Ogamba will always say we have not received the money. In any other ministries, yet in each and every day we are paying the taxes. Is it true or false? So where is this delay is coming from? Just like the other day when the lecturers were on strike, when the Ministry of Education goes to the press, they say, we have not received the money from the treasury. Yet when my mom goes to the market, she pays the tax. So do tax also mature for the money to be released? Kindly answer me. Thank you. Laugh for me.
Hello. I have two questions, and my first question, it goes to Alphonse. His topic was on rethinking budget allocation for campus security, and he mentioned a little bit on mental health. And my question is, are there budget allocation when it comes to mental health that goes to campuses? And if yes, how is it being done? Because as far as I know, even as a campus student, every time mental health webinars are being held, or even meetings, we find that student leaders are the ones who still source for funds. They still look for some of organizations to come and chip in. And besides that, you find that when these webinars are being held, it's always about like, this is what you need to do to avoid maybe not being suicidal, but at the end of the day, it's not about what you are being told to do. It's like, how do you engage these students on what are their pressing needs? And you find that some of them will tell you issues to do with maybe school fees, and then if you look at the bursaries, it's not enough. Like at some universities, they get like 7,000, some 5,000, and that does not still help. So what are the appropriate measures if this money is not being allocated that are being put in place to ensure that at least universities are being funded to help talk on issues to do with mental health? Because it is one of the most pressing issues at the moment in campuses. And my second question goes to Advocate Millie. You gave a very good topic when you talked about governance and us being able to incorporate and even like, how do we govern in our various positions where we are? And you mentioned something that we have a say, and it is true, yes, students, we do have a say on matters that are affecting us, because if you look at education, you look at health, we are the mostly affected, especially as we are still in campus. And is there a possibility for us to have stakeholder engagement moving forward with even the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, so that we are able to table or even articulate our own concerns at a personal level and ensure that they're being incorporated and acted upon? Thank you.
Let's appreciate Juliet and everyone who has spoken. One sentence, no context.
Okay, thank you so much. I have one question to Akili. She talked about engagement, so that we can engage when we have issues. But the problem with engagement is access. How do we get the platforms and access to engage? It is the most important thing. Thank you.
Let's appreciate him. Right. Yes, now it is time for our distinguished guests to address us on the matters and concerns that have been raised. I would like to start with my senior in the profession, Advocate Millie Luanga, as she comes to the podium. Let's appreciate her.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once more. Now, I must say that I'm very, very excited about the reactions and the questions that have emanated from this plenary for one particular reason, that when we started our session, we had a plan and we had an objective, and we have seemingly realized that objective. One was to excite you to start thinking of some of the issues that you'd like addressed and that come into the budget process, whether it's at implementation stage or whether it's at the process of developing that budget. And that clearly has emanated from most of the questions that you've asked here. Now, you may recall, for those of you who were here when I was speaking, that I said this afternoon, the Cabinet Secretary will speak to the budget process, implementation, and the development. And you will find that most of those issues will have been addressed in his speech this afternoon. And if they are still not addressed clearly to you, I'm sure that we'll have another question and answer session that he would be able to respond to. But there's one particular question that I think falls right within the ambit of what the objective of my presentation was, that you must be able to find avenues to engage the different ministries at national level and the different departments, are they called, at the county level, so that the interests of the students that you lead are addressed in resource management in this country. And the question is, how do you get access to those institutions? There is something that they say often, and that is there's strength in numbers. It is so much more difficult for one individual to go and make noise unless you're a very good noisemaker. When I was practicing in the court corridors every day, there was a gentleman who was known across all the courts. He had over 100 cases filed in court because any issue that arose, he would be filing a case and he was moving from one court to the next. And of course, some of them he was able to win. But not many of us have the zeal and energy to be able to do this. And I think that is why even as students, you come together and have these organizations, even the one that has got a difficult name that I forget. That one, you know, that one. Yes, yes, you get it clearly. The importance of communication is that you get what I'm saying. So even with that organization, you have to come together for you to be heard. Now, the more that you are known, I mean, the Cabinet Secretary gave time and ear to the students who came to him because they came as a group. That is a start, and that's a process that you can use to structure your engagement, including being included as key stakeholders in the various sectors that will be engaging in the budget process. And I think that's a conversation that we can continue to have even at the end of today when we have the planning session on how we plan to move the agenda forward. Because for me, that excites me because it says you want to be meaningful leaders and to have meaningful leadership in line with what Yogo presented to you as to who a leader is. Are you there just because you have been put, or are you a leader because you have the character to be that leader? So let's not get frustrated that the avenues are tight. Yes, they can be tight. They are very much tighter when you go as an individual, but the space opens up when you go as a group of students. And remember that in Kenya right now, they say strike when the iron is hot. The time is for the youth. After the Gen Z uprising in 2024, I think that even those people who did not want to listen to the youth and to be concerned about the welfare of the youth have to incorporate it in the way they address issues of public resource management, of policy development at the national and county levels. So I hope that you will bear with us. I think that just excites some of you to stay on and listen to the Cabinet Secretary and get responses to the questions that you're raising now, that will speak to the issues of budget, whether it's implementation or it is the process of developing that budget. The other questions I think are addressed to my colleagues.
All right, there is a kind request. The persons with the microphones, kindly switch them off. Thank you. Let's invite Mr. Osborne Yogo to address the questions that were targeted towards him. Let's appreciate him once more.
Who and who are having the mics? The second one iko wapi? It's on. Where's the second mic? Yes.
Well, I think the first person spoke about the dream and the vision and its actualization. And the question was how to adopt the vision and to help in the realization of the same. I think the question came from some angle here. Thank you. Well, I would give two answers, and then I would give a scenario as to why I'm saying this. Allow me to first explain this. We've been talking about transformations in the country which require civic responsibility and participation of the younger generation. Today, when we look at our population, it is noted that we are 72.8%, 35 years and below. If it comes to the voting population, almost 46% of the registered voters fall within, actually 65%, of which the majority is in between 18 to 25 years of age at 46%. Now, if you look at this matrix, in the year 2013, out of that larger population, only 17% turned up to vote. That should worry you. In 2017, the increase was 0.17%. So we had 17.17% turning out to vote. Would you want to know how many voted in 2022? So now, why am I saying this? There could be a dream, but for that dream to be actualized, two critical things are required. Number one, I am talking about walking the path with the vision bearer. We must, as individuals, be proactive. Once the dream is laid bare, what we call as the shared objectives, they are shared so that it becomes a corporate responsibility for each one of us to follow through the process and walk the journey with the vision bearer. Now, the current government and also at the National Treasury, led by FCPA John Mbadi, who is the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, has an agenda. And for this agenda to be realized, then we as young people that are the forerunners of this dream and vision must be proactive. And that brings me to the second point, which is we must own the dream. If we don't own it, then we would not be proactive enough to run with it. I am a Bible-believing Christian, and like my colleague Millie says, a practicing Christian. I believe in the Bible, a verse that says, write the vision and make it plain, so that whoever reads it may run with it. It said, though the vision may tarry, wait for it, because in due time it shall definitely produce. But I love the point that it says that he that reads it may run. So the entire responsibility of achieving or realizing the vision is that we must run with it. So I've given you those 2 points. Can we be proactive as individuals? Then can we also own the dream and own the vision, so that it is not a national treasury dream. It is not FCPA John Mbadi's vision, but it becomes our own corporate responsibility, our corporate vision that requires corporate responsibility, individual indulgence. Let's imbibe it and have it as our own, and let's run with it. Now, maybe the last thing I would talk about, like Millie has mentioned, much of the questions that you've raised are more preemptive of the session that is coming after, that will be chaired by our boss and the Cabinet Secretary. But somebody, as we think about that, I would want us to think through this. Kenya churns approximately 400,000 people into the labor market annually. I was reading a report by World Bank, and it puts it at 800,000 with an uptake of 50,000. Our own statistics put it at 400,000 with an uptake of around 10%. So I want you to ask yourself, how many companies and organizations will the government put in place to employ these people? That's a question I would want you to do. But meanwhile, I would just highlight 3 things that, with regards to the opportunities that are created for the young people, having been in this space for a very long time. I think the most recently inaugurated is the Nyota program. I don't know how many of us have heard of the Nyota program and know what is required to be a beneficiary of the Nyota program. The second that we have is the National Youth Empowerment Fund. Most people are aware of the Uwezo Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund. And finally, there is a very intentional, and we have an officer, a director from planning, that would most probably speak to that later, that there is an intentional investment on the TVET. I think going by what I saw last, it's an investment of around 27 billion Kenya shillings into bringing up the TVET institutions into up to speed, so that our young people can come out with skills that would enable them to be self-sufficient. I believe that it is the responsibility of the government to provide a conducive environment, because globally people have moved from blue-collar, white-collar jobs into entrepreneurship and service delivery. So the responsibility of the government is to create a conducive environment that would enable both entrepreneurship and service delivery to thrive. And that is why government is also investing so heavily on the TVET institutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. I'd like to invite once more Mr. Alphonse Ochola, and then subsequently Ms. Mary Joyner. All right, Mr. Alphonse Ochola, as people didn't ask Ms. Mary questions, to come wrap it up. Let's appreciate Mr. Alphonse.
Well, thank you once more. Now, I want to start by addressing the question on the implementation process when it comes to budget allocation. Now, while addressing that, I want to give you my version of what governance is. Now, to me, governance are structures that are meant to ensure that people of goodwill are entrusted by the responsibility of managing the resources of a country. So while in that line, who has the power of electing these people? It is the general populace. Therefore, it means that we have a shared responsibility as far as governance is concerned in ensuring that we are first of all, the vigilant forces that ensures the implementation of all the policies that we pass across. Remember, we only have a section of leaders in this country. We are the people who have empowered them to be in positions of power. Therefore, we need to ensure that through certain channels, we keep these people to account. The next one, someone talked about waiving the help. So remember, when a government spends on a given area of specialization, we need to address the issue of the return of investment. Now, what am I saying? That as far as there are few jobs in Kenya, remember, you might have a business. Sometimes you might be employed at a later date. So the issue here is not to waive the help 100%, but come up with a negotiated payment plan so that the interest on loan doesn't increase significantly during the period you are not employed. In that way, we will ensure that once you get that employment, remember, your help repayment plan is to the benefit of another person to get access to free education. You have had this chance of can't pay, you won't pay, right? Yeah. So after, we need to, if you don't pay the help, then it is to the detriment of the dispensation of education rights for those who are coming before you or after you. The next one was the question that was asked on mental health issues. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not aware of the specifications or the breakdowns of the budgets that should go to cater for mental health problems. But as an institution, or from the various institutions we are coming from, we can ensure as student leaders that we take these institutions to account, such that if, let's say, 5 billion has been allocated to your school, you need the breakdown of all the listings of the expenditure that we have under that amount that has been allocated. So if, for example, I have allocated 5 billion, and you are convicted that mental health is a serious concern in the organization or in this institution that you are coming from, then we are going to convince the school administration to allocate some part of the money that was allocated to the school to cover mental health issues. Then I think most of the questions that have been asked, I think if there is any breakdown of money that is supposed to go under mental health, then it is supposed to be under the State Department for Social Protection. Then unless I'm not aware, but I think the CS is best placed to answer that question. Thank you so much.
All right, let's appreciate our speakers. They have done an amazing job. Appreciate yourselves for listening in. Last but not least, I would love to invite one Mr. Albert Maloba, who is currently the CEO of the University Student Leaders Association, to speak to us briefly on basically being a comrade. He is well versed in that sector. Let's appreciate Mr. Albert Maloba. Let's appreciate him once more.
Okay, thank you so much. It's difficult to speak amongst the last, because comrades, one of our agenda number one, the pocket must be full and the stomach also must be okay. Sindio? Comrades power, comrades viva. Standing here reminds me of those times and those days when I was a student leader at Moi University, and I'm going to speak only for 2 minutes. I'll be as brief as a cock on a hen, as comrade sayings goes. And I used to be very furious. I used to be very active. I was more of an activist. We were amongst those comrade leadership where we were participating in activism kind of politics. No word will go as just anything that goes without our participation. And so this is a very great engagement. And that's why we partnered with the great team that is organizing this, through the leadership of this team that is organizing the national budget discussion. Of course, also as USLA as it is, and I will speak this to the student leaders, I've heard of other universities that are here. Promiscuously, I've heard of the University of Nairobi, right? But there are also other universities, such as Moi University, where I started, but it's not any other university. It's a big university. We know our deputy president is an alumnus. He taught me there. And so there is formation of this new association for the Student Leaders Association. One of its kind. There has never been any for the longest time, including USPAC is our child. It's part of our, your section is Peace Matters. But this one is specifically to provide mentorship to the student leaders and provide alternative measures that are within the students that can support internationally and even the government and the private sector, civil societies and other areas, so that we can amplify our discussions as Kenyans. Because before any other place, we have to discuss as ourselves as a nation. Why USLA? USLA was formalized because the vision bearer here, yours truly, Albert Maloba, I felt a lot of pain. I was in unemployment at some point. But again, I've had so many student leaders coming my way. And even I know to the government officers here. Many student leaders come to you. And I cannot shy off from this because I am aware, and even right now, we have success of some student leaders who actually even sell smokies outside there. You can imagine somebody was a Secretary General of University of Nairobi, but today, the economy has become so hard on him. They have no job opportunities. They have no anybody to mentor them and channel them towards any direction and focus to get into places of opportunities. And so today, they are doing millennial jobs, including even selling. I'm not saying that even being a boda is bad or being a hustler is bad. No, everybody starts from somewhere. But I do believe internally, as a visionary leader, that anybody who has been a student leader and taken steps, we've heard of a Secretary General here from University of Nairobi, who has said that he leads a governor. You lead over 20,000 students. It will be so sad for me to meet you after the next presentation, after you've finished your leadership tenure, and you are a cameraman. I'm not saying that being a cameraman is not a job. It is. In fact, people are earning a lot out of it. But how can you create opportunities for other people and you yourself to remain in the line of leadership so that at the end of the day, we mentor the leadership from down here. The reason why we are not having strong leadership, leaders with ethics, yesterday our brother, and I want to thank His Excellency the President, for identifying one of our former student leaders, P.S. Fikrini Jacobs. To those of us who were at KICC yesterday, I happen also to work closely with him. He received a standing ovation out of his speech that he did. He spoke so eloquently, he spoke true to power, and everybody stood up naturally, organically, not out of anything but organically. Like people were impressed out of the ideas, ideologies that this young man is carrying in that State Department of Youth and Creative Affairs. So these young people truly need spaces to showcase what they can be able to do. They need mentorship and they need empowerment. And that's why at USLA we have no pressure. By the way, for those other pressure groups that do their things mbio, at USLA there is no pressure. We are working on something fundamental that is going to help and it's going to remain as a legacy for all the student leaders at the corner center of leadership in this country, especially to those who are in politics and even those who are in the economic. Leadership comes with all those things. So that then we embrace a leadership that is well structured. Of course, I want to agree with the challenge that has been mentioned here by Wakili, not Wakili, one of the panelists, that the student leadership has been killed because of the Duales bill. And when you Google even right now, Albert Maloba on the Duales bill, we have submitted a petition. We want to return back the universal coverage. Can we clap for ourselves for that? Because when we allow student leaders to participate in a way, in a more democratic space to elect their leaders, then we get to find leaders who can be better than Barack Obama. It is possible. It is possible for you to become more than Barack Obama. He was not the last good leader whom we've had, of course, for the 21st century, as we know, whom we represent, whom we actually see mirror amongst the young people. But that's not what I'm here to do today. I just want to speak to us on few focus areas that we need to concentrate on together with the team as we partner and work on this together. There is something that we are doing with the State Department of Planning on the Uchumi Vibes that is yet to roll out very soon. So we would like us to focus on the national budget, education. There are many areas in tax and data awareness, entrepreneurship, financial health, of course, has been spoken here, global engagement and global economic engagement. I happen to be part of the World Economic Forum. And our dear student leader here spoke very well, that can we manage to sponsor some of the student leaders to go in Singapore, to go in some of these countries and gain skills and knowledge, and then come and empower us here. Why? It is possible that through the Treasury, I'm aware that the CS and his office attend some of these forums, World Economic Forum, IMF, simulation debates that are across the globe. The UNGA Summit side events are there, FDBs, WEF, economic discussions, and research that are competent around the economic issues. Then our young people can also be supported at least once or two in a year to travel and go and study this. National and interaction economic calendars, I think we need to come up at least with a calendar running from January to December, and that will be shared so that then we can be able to embrace and see how we partner around, even including with the CBK, KRA, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. The SDGs are in the State Department of Planning, right? Yeah, and many others, banks, investment firms, so that then this dream will not only stop at us discussing the matters budget, but it will go a long way in unlocking more opportunities for all of us. Sindio, comrades? The broader, the better. Sindio? And that's why there is the broad-based government. Let us amplify our thoughts beyond where we have had some organizations and leadership in Kenya where it is a briefcase organization for an individual. We need to open up so that everybody can fit. Someone here can get an opportunity in Africa Development Bank. Another one will go and get another one in World Economic Forum. Another one will work with another bank. There are better opportunities actually beyond just us having a conversation around budget. With those very many few remarks, of course, I also want to welcome you to, you can check on our website and register, USLA, you just write usla.kenya or www.usla.kenya. Once you just write USLA Kenya, you will see the website, how to register and how to be part of the association. And of course, we have the UVA Awards, the first ever universities awards that we are looking up to be at Safari Park Hotel, if we'll have resources from partners on 17th of this year, December. The participation for nomination already began and it's underway. Yeah, and that is my humble presentation. I'm also an author of this particular book, A Comrade Forever, which is my memoir of my leadership journey and how to be a good a comrade in the university. Things that you need to work around for, to work with, and all that. So thank you so much for your time, and thanks for listening from me.
Let's clap for all these people. Continuous clapping. Thank you. We are well within the canvas of the program, about an hour late, but yeah, we are well there. I think what is remaining is the keynote address from the Cabinet Secretary, where then we will petition him. Before he became a Cabinet Secretary, he was a politician, right? We are politicians, right? The longest serving chairman of the largest party in... Let's not waste much time. Let's all rise as we break. I will welcome Mr. Achiego to pray for lunch. Any volunteer to pray as we depart? Come.
So I'm going to pray using English.
Just before my friend prays, yeah? in the interest of time, so that we also finish early, please take the shortest time possible. Lunch is being served where we served breakfast, and immediately after that we are settling down.
Yes, hello. There is a change. The lunch won't be served there. Lunch will be served at the first floor, where we'll be having at the poolside table. And I think that there's someone who will be leading us through this place. Make sure you have these meal cards before you leave. Thank you.
So thank you. I'll use the Christian prayer. So the Muslims in the house, you kindly permit me. So thank you. Let's pray. Dear everlasting Father, Lord, we thank you and we bless you, King of glory, for this great day, everlasting Father. Lord, as we want to break for our lunch, Lord, we pray that you may bless the meals and protect it. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I do pray and believe. Thank you.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Saa hii uko sawa, naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong Isinya Kajiado Imaroro Road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matani, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaaga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tumepata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership Partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro Road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matani, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaaga tu hapa jiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru. roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress, powered by PPPs built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro Road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasanga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaanga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tumepata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro Road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasanga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tumepata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppUnit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppUnit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro Road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasanga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppунit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matani, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaanga tu hapa jiani, saa hii tumepata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership Partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matani, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaaga tu hapa jiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian geothermal power plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong Isinya Kajiado Imaroro Road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaaga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tumepata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaanga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian geothermal power plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru. Roads across central and western Kenya Housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matani, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasanga tu hapa jiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasanga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tumepata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasanga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian geothermal power plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will...
Build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaaga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tumepata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaaga tu hapa jiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong Isinya Kajiado Imaroro Road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matani, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaaga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tumepata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian geothermal power plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong Isinya Kajiado Imaroro Road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matane, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasaanga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Saa hii uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika.
This beautiful landscape and this beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Saa hii uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong Isinya Kajiado Imaroro Road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo unapeleka tu matani, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasanga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking.
And we have John Mbadi as the cabinet secretary entrenched in the constitution. He is actually the only cabinet secretary whose word is law, because when he speaks policies, and he's also the one who serves as, also doubles as an accounting officer, because he's the only cabinet secretary with accounting privileges. I thought this gentleman would even shout more. The only with he's still thinking about the rent. The rent is sorted, isn't it? So it is a privilege to have him be with us, and it is his desire to see that tomorrow, and let me tell you, can I give you a leakage? Mill is not here, isn't it? Only James is here. Can I give you a leakage? I can guarantee you that if any of you here runs for political office, you are sure to get his support. You are sure to get that support. You want to say something? James? After the two speak, I want to give 3 people, maybe we could extend it to 4, to give us your leadership challenges.
Relax. Relax.
Leadership challenges and what you think would be done to help you resolve those challenges. Yes, Mheshimiwa.
Comrades, power. Comrades, tibin. It's a fine afternoon. Ni waziri tu ndio tunasubiri. Comrades leo lazima walipe rent. Comrades, power. Comrades, rent. Comrades, rent. Rent plus kitu juu. Comrades, power. Comrades, tibin. Kila mtu mwenye amekuja hapa lazima pate kitu. Comrades, power. Comrades, tibin. Hakuna kitu kama get crashing. Kila mtu mwenye amekuja hapa ametumia fare yake na ametumia time ya. Comrades, power. Comrades, tibin. Mr. Yoga, hope umesikia.
Hapo tutadifa.
Yeah.
Maliza tu.
So mimi naomba support yenu. Mimi pia niko part of Wasakatonge. Najituma tu, bado sina kitu. So kama CPA atakuwa hapa, naomba support yenu.
Wewe mtu amesema wewe ni Sangwenya.
Mimi si Sangwenye. Mimi si Sangwenye. At least atupe kitu kidogo kidogo. Tupeleke Congress waende wa register as voters. Juu wanaishi mbali na hawana hata fare ya kufika places za registration. Congress, power. Congress, TB. Na tuchukue vote za CBD, majority tuko CBD. Congress, power.
Comrades, viva! Comrades, power! So once again, my name is Pascal Odhiambo. I'm a former student at Technical University of Kenya. I'm also an aspiring MCA West Assemble Ward 2027. And the first thing I want to tell you, Kiongozi, we are facing a lot of competition from the politicians of higher classes. What I will request, watu wako na pesa mingi bwana, lakini tumewashinda kupanga kazi. I will request the CPA awache kudisburse pesa mingi kwa hao politicians. Tunataka kuwashinda. We want to see what they can do in the ground. Pesa ndio inafanya watu tushindwe, but we can do a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, sijamaliza. Just give me a minute. There's this thing we lack, inaitwa youth empowerment. Juzi wametuongelea vibaya hapa sana ati hatuna what we call voter card. But for me, naona youth this time wametokezea and they are going to make a difference in 2027. So what I'm going to request, FCPA John Mbadi, King Pindwa, atusaidie to make that happen the way PS Raymond Omolo is doing it in Nyanza. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Allow me to, because Waziri is on the way, so allow me to take 2, 3. Let's move from that now. Thank you. We'll discuss that with you guys. But now allow me to get us back to the leadership and what we were trying to do. I want to pick 2, 3 feelings from the crowd on the challenges of leadership. Na si unajua mtu anaweza kuwa bias. Kuna religion ya mama yangu inaitwa African Israel Nineve. Kule nyuma, who is James has gone out. Who has the mics? Please help me pass the mic at the back there. And the panelists, kindly, could we take down the notes so that we can see how to respond to them? I want us to do that very fast, and we allow our moderator back to
Let me
the
take
mic.
I'll only take 2 minutes to say what we have gone through when it comes to matters leadership. Basically, in terms of politics, I vied in last general election, but we were ruled out because of the zoning, where we were told to left that position to another person, but I vied as ODM candidate. I'm a live member of ODM. I vied in a ward called Hostel Ward in Madare constituency, and the record is still there.
Just neighbors here.
Just neighbors here. we are in Roraka now, there is Madari the other side. There is this challenge that I've faced since I said I'm one of the, not one, but elected president of all the vocational training centers across Nairobi. One is a lot of young people still don't know how to access government's opportunity. We need to have a lot of maybe training or either capacity building, because they still don't know how to access things like, because I'm coming in the field of skills training, how they can access things like Uwezo Fund, Youth Enterprise Fund, and now there is Nyota. Although Nyota, as students, we tried to mobilize our students to at least register, and some of them got the money and some others are still in training today. So we need to have a lot of capacity building when it comes to government's opportunity. Another, last but not least thing, when it comes to matters, as a leader, when it comes to matters budget, in our last year, we had a demonstration concerning a budget issue. So what we did in this last financial year is that we create awareness on matters budget making process. People still don't know how the process of budget are being done, either from the national and from the county. So that's where you see a lot of, even when you were at KICC and Kenya School of Government doing this public participation budget making process, a lot of students from Nairobi participated because we created awareness. So let's do awareness. This awareness, we don't take it for granted. Young people wanapatikana si kwa TV, watu wengi wanapatikana kwa social media. The Ministry of Finance should create some videos, some charts, somewhat, at least hapo kwa social media, so that we can be part of the decision-making process in our country, not just on the menu. Thank you very much to the Ministry of Finance. Last but not least, at least you have shown us a people-centered engagement when it comes to matters national budget-making process. From the public participation, both physical and online. I remember we submitted even the online submissions, and we got feedback. For the first time, the Ministry of Finance gave us feedback and invited us for some talk at KICC.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I was almost getting biased again because he's a student leader to my daughter, but let me pass him and come and come here. There. It is coming, Chair.
Then on behalf of some lady there, she's very quiet, but she has something to say. So after huyu, tunampea mic.
Thank you so much, Bwana PA.
You haven't said anything since you came in.
Yes, I was waiting for this opportunity.
You got it now.
Because I could not live here without speaking to my father.
Just 1 minute. So, Millie, okay, she's on phone. Just raise that first.
Yes. So, I am from Homa Bay County, from the only constituency where violence is cooked, the constituency of Kasipul. So, I am a victim of...
is that why you're wearing white, to show that you're not violent?
I'll tell you about the white. I am the newly crowned Mr. Climate Homa Bay County. An event which happened just last week on Friday, and I was waiting for the CS to come and help me inaugural it in this event, so that when I go back home, I know that a friend came in for myself. So I'll just go to the leadership. I came all the way from Homa Bay County to Nairobi to represent Homa Bay County. Right now, I am going back. Sijui nitarudi mguu. And I am asking the CS ama PA if anyone anaweza nisimamia fare nirudi hata kwetu nisikufe hapa Nairobi. So let me tell you the number one thing that is affecting leadership. Young leaders don't have the financial muscles that will help them.
Just let him speak. Just let him speak.
That will help them articulate the projects that they have on hand. A lot of people, even one of the panelists said, have ideas, but the ideas rot in the graves because they did not have the resources.
Make it shorter.
To help them do the nini. So if the PA can, if the CS can come in and do the empowerment, not just telling people we will be creating job for the youth. We will also be creating empowerment for them so that they have something kwa mfuko ili kifika ile time ya election wako na ile kitu yenye nyinyi wale the developed ones sisi pia tunafika kwa ground tunasema mimi niko na kitu pia mimi nitapea au wenye watakuwa huko. So my only plea
Thank you so much. I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, thank you.
How did you find yourself here?
I came through a friend.
So you are not officially invited for the
I
event.
was not officially invited. I came.
So you are basically a gate crasher.
Not a gate crasher.
No, let's be very honest.
Yes, I'm
because
honest.
when it goes to procedures and protocols, I'm very
honest.
strict.
I'm honest.
Yeah.
That's why.
No, listen to me.
Yes.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You see, we have structures that have been put in place.
Yes.
This meeting was student driven.
Yes.
Student organized.
Yes.
Student planned.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes.
You understand me?
Yes.
So please, what you need to do is go back to the student leaders who are running this.
Yes.
And have that discussed. Is that okay?
Yes.
So please, I would request that we restrict our questions to what concerns what brought us here. If you have any other thing that is personal, you can see us outside, beyond the forum. Is that okay?
Meanwhile, allows him for the longest.
Yes.
Allows him.
Thank you. Now, I want you to understand that we are back online. So, comrades, power. We are back online. So, just to know, the big brother is watching. So, can we now do exactly what we would want to build the other students you came to represent here and the entire youth population in the country? Is that okay? So, I'll take 3 more because Waziri is almost getting in. Chairman, I want you to speak last. Let me go back to, is that a lady? Yes, the lady in brown. Oh, okay, just 1 minute. We had 2 microphones, is it? Where is the other mic? Could I have the other mic on the other angle so that once I'm done with her, we go to her? Just give to the other lady, then it will come back to you. Well, you know, one of the things I do at the National Treasury is that I am in charge of youth and gender. So I don't want to be fired. So, yes, madam.
Good evening.
Good evening. We've got the first challenge, which is civic education with regards to budget making process. I got you correctly, is it? So we'll give an answer to that. Yes, back to you.
The main challenge that I've seen in the leadership scope is the inclusivity of gender. And you have said that you stand for the youth
and gender,
yes. Right? So, and it has stood out, especially today, and we have seen it right in the forum, when the respectable gentleman came out to say that the young ladies here are succulent. And if we look at it, according to the Oxford Dictionary, succulent means something that is tender and juicy. So if we have things like these that are objective to our gender, especially things that are objective and offensive in a certain way to my gender, how can we move as leaders if these are the kind of statements being made in such a forum without no one to bring them up?
Allow me to, on behalf of that student leader and the gentleman, to apologize. Kindly accept my apology.
And I didn't feel that it was right to sit in a leadership forum because all of us, we lead both genders. We can't say that we have leaders for men and leaders for women, and you can't sit to accept offensive statements as women.
Thank you. Thank you. Comrades, power. Comrades, power. Do we agree that she's right in her sentiments? Allow me to, on behalf of these gentlemen, madam, there are certain people who may not know how to expressly state their feelings. So the positive comment could come out negatively. it was not intended to be negative, but it came out negatively. But still,
we seek to claim for damages. Since, no, I am a wakili in the making. I've seen Madam walking out. So if she were here, she would have supported me. So
I
we seek
owe
for
you.
damages as fellow women.
Okay, Madam, I owe you a present
Yeah, you do.
on behalf of these guys. Is that okay?
I'll see you after.
See
Or
me
now,
up. So,
now is the right time, right?
Yeah.
To earn a present.
so do you accept my apology now? Thank you. Wasakatonge hoye. Wasakatonge hoye. Case is sorted, isn't it? Now, there was a lady somewhere there. Please, back to the let's put things in context.
So, hello to everyone. My name is Jael Mungare. Another problem student leaders face
Wasakatonge, please.
is mentorship and guidance and inclusivity. So for my point is, we are leaders out here. You normally think we know what we are doing sometimes, but we still need mentorship and guidance from those who are above us. And even after there are some people inside here, they're done with their university, but outside there, they're nothing. But in school, they were people. So I would love for you people to take us into consideration such that even after I'm done with everything, I'll know like somewhere I'm going to be accepted. If I was being rated a 5-star in school, my star is not going to be a 1-star. So even after we're done with everything, help us by guiding us and taking us into idea. Like, don't just let us go outside there na tukae hivo. Take us, incorporate us into your teams, and because we are great minds and we believe we can do everything.
Thank you. Noted. Chairman, I'll be back to you. There is another lady there.
Here is the mic.
Ladies have woken up.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I'm Awino Brenda from
Yes,
Homa Bay County.
we put it to context, okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm Awino Brenda from Homa Bay County. As I said earlier, I lead an organization called the Homa Bay Victoria Crest Knowledge Hub Association, formerly known as Homa Bay University Student Association. So this is my concern, that these youth-led organizations that both incorporate both the youths and the students, is there a way they can be empowered, because they really do a lot of work at the grassroots level, so that they can make these things even more better and even impact the society directly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was forgetting just this 1 minute. Like in December, on 29th, we have an event at the Governor's Park here, voter registration. So again, the same support comes in. Youths, see tushaita watu wa IBC, but we're not sure how we are going to sustain our youths.
So you are looking for support for student-led or youth-led organizations?
Youth and student-led organization.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Sawa, let me give to, I've given a few ladies, so let me give to a few gentlemen. Let me start from the front here.
Thank you very much. Once more, I'm Joseph Olo, President Technical University of Mombasa. I just want to be brief to add on just one point that has not been mentioned. All that they have said is correct and right, but there is one thing student leaders are going through. But most of the times they are not ready or willing to say it. Let me tell you outside here, when there is a crisis in our universities or in the nation, most of the times you will find that people are complaining, why are student leaders silent? Yet, these are the people who are supposed to come out and stand with students against things which are going on, which are not right. We fail to ask ourselves, what might be the reasons why these student leaders are silent? There's a lot of threats going on in the universities, the university managements, and the student leaders. If you can check back very well, you can remember the case of Pascal, which happened when he stood with students. You can remember the case of Loch Vietek, which happened just 2 months ago when he stood with students. So student leaders are being threatened. That's another challenge. When you do this, when you stand with students, we are not going to allow you to graduate. We are not going to pay you. Tutapambana na wewe, such things. So hizi vitu zinafanyika, viongozi wanaumia, wanakosa kufanya zile vitu ambavyo wanapaswa kufanya. Mimi sina mengi, ni hayo tu. Ya mwisho, there is one. Someone talked on registration of voters among the youth. My request is, if it can be possible, then our viongozi watusaidie kupush so that IBC officials to come at our institutions, watu waweze kuregister as voters in our schools. We'll really appreciate. Wanafunzi wako wengi kule shule, but some even doesn't know where they're supposed to go to register as voters. So why don't we register at each and every polling station where people will be coming to vote on election date? Ya mwisho, sensitization. Kuna mtu wako university, I don't know if it is ignorance ama nini. There is someone wako university lakini up to now anajua mimi niko Mombasa but I'm from Homa Bay. So kuna mtu bado kuna ile akili ya for me to register as a voter, I need to go back to Homa Bay. This person is not aware that from where I am, I can register as a voter in Homa Bay, but I'm registering in Nairobi. So we need to do sensitization on that also. Thank you very much and be blessed.
Thank you so much. Maybe 2 more, then we wrap up. He's lifted his hands for too long.
Thank you. My name is James Lopeta, a student at the University of Nairobi.
Continue.
Okay. The challenges that are faced by student leaders, to be particular, one, I would say limited access to resources. You'll find that
has been mentioned, so yeah. Any other thing? Let's not repeat.
So limited resources causes high cost of
another point. Limited resources has been raised. Do you have any other challenge apart from that?
Yes. Allow me just conclude. Okay.
You know, we want to pick other points, so there is no need repeating a point that has already been raised by somebody else and is noted. So we'll raise it for resolution.
Okay.
Yes.
So what I was saying, kidogo weka tu chini kidogo. So stereotyping of age whereby you find the youth who are aspiring for outside campus politics, they are seeing that when you are young, you cannot lead the society. So that is stereotyping of age. Then
Thank you. Can I have somebody the other side? Let me finish with this, then I come to you. Yes, the gentleman who is standing. The gentleman who is standing there, the one in a suit.
Once again, thank you. I'm Ronnie from Alube University. I've got one challenge, especially when it comes to we as the student leaders in various universities. And in one time, you will exit the office. And I wish to talk on behalf of the Wasakatonge. Now, you have been a leader. You have worked with the government. We are approaching a season where we are preparing to vote. These people will play a very, very great role. How are we going to help these people? They should be given an employment. If it is not a permanent, let them get even contract. Wasakatonge mkoaje? Do you deserve a job? Yes. I'm speaking on behalf of them that you are a leader, you support, you do all you can. After election, you may not have a job or you have. But it's important that as leaders, let them be considered. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is my question.
Thank you. There's a lady who is here. I want to move to this side. They can kick me out of the alumni association.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Afia from Kenya Methodist University, which is a a private university. Now, we had a session where it was rethinking budget towards campus security. It was generalized for both private and public universities, and that is not the case during allocation of budget. We understand that in the new funding model, the private universities were, government funding is not there for private universities. So my question is, what steps is the Treasury taking to ensure sustainability of the private universities? Because at the moment, I believe a lot of private universities are in a lot of debt. So my question is, what are you guys doing to ensure that we are able to sustain? Because we take off a lot of burden in the education sector. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. There's a gentleman, the Nigerians call it monkey jacket, the one he's wearing. It's you I'm talking about.
Thank you so much. I will as well be brief as a Cox ejaculation. I'm Evans Kiprono Korir, the president Mount Kenya University. I have only 3 questions. Right from the student from private institution. Since when the new funding model came in, the government decided to scrap off the upkeep that was meant for the students. As a personal assistant to our expert, CS, what are other adjustments that can be done to these students who have been placed in the private institution? Now come to the question that you ask on the challenges that we are facing as leaders. Seated here are the government in waiting. We have been always struggling much to bridge the gap in between the student leadership and the national leadership. You have given us your history of leadership, and you have not informed us, or you have not tell us also, if we have tried one day to fight for a political seat nationally. If so, which are the challenges that you face, and what can you tell these people who are seated here today who will be fined 2027 and 2032? Lastly, the current economic crisis that we are facing, our youths are struggling in meeting the gap in between the graduation and even the job opportunities. The gap that we are creating currently with our economy, we are having much graduates and they don't get any job. Which are the strategies or mechanisms that the government is putting in place so that it can cap the widening gap in between the graduation, the graduates, and the job creating the job opportunities among our youth? Thank you. Those are my questions. Please.
Thank you. Finally, give to Chair.
What? Comrades Power, Comrades Ria, Comrades Tibin, Comrades Wisdom, Comrades they say that no comrade runs very fast as a comrade who has been given extra change by a shopkeeper. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to present the following one. What you must know as student leaders is that before you became a student leader, you were a student. And sometimes the administrations of these universities usually wait for us so that you finish, then they process you. That's a challenge that we are facing as leaders. And it's one of the things that is rising in the current institutional levels. Some universities have gone to an extent of expelling even existing student leaders or suspending them. So that's a challenge. Number 2, as student leaders, as leaders, your constituents expect...
So you're talking about being profiled for being a student leader?
Yes.
By the institution?
Sure.
Okay.
Being seen violent, either way. Number 2, before we say you're a student leader, students expect much from you, right? Your constituents, that is. But then you find a situation where they expect much from you, but then you deliver under their expectation. Not because you're incompetent, but because you are limited to accessing other things that they should be expecting from you. Being a leader makes it a little bit difficult because sometimes, senior, we have to make unpopular decisions. When I speak about unpopular decisions...
That's leadership.
Yes.
Yes.
We have to make unpopular decisions. And when I speak about unpopular decisions, allow me just give a brief example. Is that some time back, a team here that I don't want to mention, but a great number of student leaders here, when, example, the current government was very unpopular then. few student leaders inside here had to make very unpopular decisions. Some of them had to go to the social media platforms, to the media streams, to defend this and that by then, the unpopular government. And we stood by it, we are still by it, and we are still working for it. But then, when that one happens that way, you find the trolls online. You're being, at the time I'm protecting either way, a government for some time, someone expects that maybe Raymond Sot is living a better life, right? But then that's not the truth. Sometimes we do these things out of goodwill to at least also help support where we can. Next thing is what he's talking about now, transition. You are now student leader. You're walking out of your leadership maybe next year or something. What next? So if a platform will be built for next, the transition part of the student leadership, that will help a big deal. And also senior, there are people who have constantly negotiated on behalf of student leaders over the years. Such that they use the cap, or the cape of student leadership, so that you find the student leaders are very sure sometimes that you might not be knowing this is my good lady here. But then you know someone who has been a leader who still claims to be a leader today. So those are some of the challenges that these people face. don't mention their names for private purposes. And then also, Chairman, I want to say, without fear, favor, or contradiction, that some of these people here are so much competent. Some of these people here, you can always trust them with your microphones. Some of these people here, you can even make them your brand ambassadors. The only thing the challenge I'm facing here is that sometimes there are even some fights that the government is undertaking online. But you find whenever opposition, example, I don't know who is in opposition and who is in the government, but then I say, for example, when government is being profaned on something, you find others enjoying, riding on that one. But then, those who are being given the task of maybe defending or coming at the aid of, example, now Minister of Treasury, you'll find there are people maybe whom we know, but they are not there fully. So sometimes, do your little assessment and see who is there genuinely. And lastly, as we approach the general elections, I can for sure tell you that these people, every student leader, every leader that's seated there is capable of running for any position in this nation. But whatever they are facing is that platform is not coming out clearly.
Thank you.
Let's have that platform. Let's give these people that time. It can be done. It must be done. Because if we don't do it, we ourselves will be done.
Thank you so much. Well, can I tell you?
Yes.
Leadership involves making a lot of very unpopular decisions. Because the decisions are not personal. The decisions are corporate. I would give you a very perfect example. How many of us are in the finance field here? Anyone in the finance field? I can see one hand there. I can see second, third, fourth hand, fifth. Now, I believe these people in the finance field understand what it means when the cabinet secretary talks about a fiscal space. Don't we? Don't we understand what it means to when the cabinet secretary talks about a fiscal space and what is bearable within a given fiscal space? Now, it is us, the same individuals, who have complained of high taxation, isn't it? Come on, somebody speak to me. Haven't we complained of high taxation? Comrades, am I speaking? Haven't we complained of high taxation? All those who are complaining are not here today. We have complained of high taxation, isn't it? We have what the cabinet secretary has always referred to as a very constricted fiscal space. Now, let me tell you, for example, the government now has shares that it wants to offload instead of overtaxing people. But now they say, we are not selling our entity, but we offload part of our shares so that we can get that money for infrastructural developments, but we still complain. You don't want us to offload what we would consider our own investment, but you also don't want us to tax you more. And even if we tax you, your pockets cannot allow for further taxation. And the life is also very hard. The inflation is rising. You understanding me? But now when a decision is made that could bring a reprieve, then we also have complaint. Those are called unpopular decisions. And those unpopular decisions must be made by leaders. So you must just agree, if you're a leader, then you must face the unpopular decisions that are being made. Is that okay? Well, now, let me go through some of these questions. I wanted to wind up as Waziri is getting in so that I read out these challenges to him. so that he is able to give us some of his responses to some of them. We have talked about capacity building on the budget making process. I think I captured your mind very well. Before I forget, I had wanted to talk about, you raised, Chair, one of the last things you talked about is you could be our brand ambassadors, isn't it? Now, that basically informs the movement that has started today. The movement that has started today is to help create a platform that would enable the young people to run with the agenda of the government and become our ambassadors, and more so at the National Treasury, that you can run with this process. At the end of it all, you could say this is a people's budget. And that is why we say budget yetu, sauti yetu. What did we say? Budget yetu, sauti yetu. So the process of making you our brand ambassadors has actually just started. Are we together? So I think those two, I have talked about them. Kama kuna kitu ulipoteza, utakuja uone huyu mrembo na umweleze nini kiko ndani, ajue kama ni chako. Is that okay? So I captured your thoughts. Number 2, you talked about his mentorship program. There's a lady there who spoke about mentorship program. You've talked about support for youth-led activities. Support for youth-led activities. I think that came from a gentleman who had come from Homa Bay, is it? No, from the lady. Support for youth-led activities. Somebody mentioned, and it was repeated by the chair, threats to, it was from Mombasa, isn't it? Threats to student leaders, and you put it another way as profiling of the student leaders that are seen, some of us suffered because of it. Profiling of student leaders. It's never an easy thing being a student leader. Then we have talked about voter registration for the students. Did I capture that well? Voter registration for the students. Somebody has also talked about support for the sustenance of private institutions. And another comrade spoke about the upkeep for students in private institutions. Did I capture that well? And we have strategies to curb unemployment among the youth. I think it came from somewhere here. Did I capture that correctly? That was same as what you said. And we've also talked about being the brand ambassadors. The reason why I took us through the process of seeking to understand the challenges that you go through is to enable us find ways, of helping handle some of these challenges and situations. Is that okay? Now, I've noted them down and we'll present them to Waziri as the first thing, then he can make his presentation. And now, good news, ladies and gentlemen. Is there somebody who is ready to hear this? The FCPA John Mbadi Ngongo is in the building. Now, allow me to bring this guy back. See, he has already earned his salary. He has earned his salary, isn't it? Jemo, could we dim the lights? And that DJ, Baba, give us Baba one more time.
Tafadhali tupige shangwe na vigelegele tukikaribisha waziri wetu mkuu, waziri wa fedha taifa la Kenya, waziri Honorable John Mbadi Ngongo. Tupige makofi na shigalagala mahali popote ulipo. Waziri, tunakupenda sana. Haya. Waziri Power. Hebu nione kwa mkono wenye wamefurahi kuona John Mbadi leo, tafadhali kwa mkono. kindly please, I'm also being reminded, hebu angalia karibu na wewe. Brother Kasama ameangusha simu hapo. Let us play tafadhali tukikaribisha waziri wetu. In the next 2 minutes atakuwa anaingia hapa ndani. Nani kama Mbadi? Nani kama waziri? Nani kama Oteke Nyang' Nyadimo? The first waziri wa finance from the Lake region and the Lower Kenya, Waziri Honorable John Mbadi Ngongo. Mbadi wa choto timo, Nyang' Raswa, Nyang' pesa dala kadala. Ya kupame na John Mbadi kumora marama utie. Wadila him. Clap your hands. Mbadi's in the house. Oh, kindly please, I want to invite some wakikuja na chairman wetu wa Shakatonge, Bwana Ramesh, tafadhali kuja mbele so that you can teach them the moves of our right honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, the father of experts. Baba, endelea kupumzika mahali pema poponi. Kindly please come to the stage. Just come to the stage. Yule msichana in white, mrembo Goddess Jusen, you kindly come. Come and dance. Chude. Mbadi kanyo chionge, Comrade Sogosimu. Comrades power. Comrades power. Comrades power. Chairman power. Chairman power. Incoming MCS ibidi tafadhali kuja mbele. Wapiga kura wakuone. Hii ndio wakati. Kama si sasa ni sasa hivi. The incoming MCA of Nairobi CBD. Number 2025 is hosting the entire leadership of the universities and colleges students association in the whole country Kenya. Watu wa Coast mpo? Hebu nione watu wa Coast kwa mkono tafadhali. Haya watu wa Nairobi. Watu wa Nyanza untie. Nyanza uchiek. Nyanza umor. Huyo ni waziri wetu mpendwa, Waziri John Mbadi Ngongo, waziri wa fedha, waziri wa pesa, Nyang' Raswa pesa mkononi. Mbadia, waziri Nyang', kawacho ni Nyang', nikisema Nyang' mnasema Raswa Nyang', Mbadi. The student of leadership. The student leadership in the whole country under the courtesy of Honorable John Mbadi Ngongo. Mbadi kama nani? Waziri kama nani? Waziri wetu mpendwa. Waziri wetu mmoja tu. FCPA Accountant, Finance Officer, Honorable John Mbadi Ngongo. Tafadhali sisi wote tuamke, tuko karibu kukaribisha CS. Tafadhali, let us all arise. Tusimame sisi wote tafadhali. Mbadi oye! Comrades power! Comrades power! Mbadi power! Nikisema Mbadi mnasema rais wa Mbadi. Nikisema Mbadi mnasema rais wa Mbadi. Mbadi! Waziri! Oteke! Nyanya Dibo! Mbadi oye! Mbadi oye! Mbadi oye! Hebu tucheze kidogo tuonyeshe waziri.
Long live the spirit of Mbadi, long live! Long live the spirit of Mbadi, long live!
Long live!
Long live the spirit of FCPA, long live!
Long live!
Mbadi power!
Power!
Mbadi ria!
Ria!
Nyadimo tibim!
Tibim!
Nyadimo tialala!
Tialala!
Comrades power!
Power!
Comrades ria!
Ria!
Mbadi tibim!
Tibim!
Mbadi kiboko yao! Ae! Mbadi kiboko yao! Ae! Mbadi kiboko yao! Ae! Mbadi kiboko yao! Ae! Long live the spirit of Mbadi, long live! Long live the spirit of Nyang, long live! Long live the spirit of Nyadimo, long live!
Thank you. Thank you. Allow me speak in French. Omerutu oge, manodu oge. Hey. Thank you.
Adi, Mbadi usilale, lale lale, Mbadi usilale, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano.
The people at the back.
Thank
you, Remy.
Lale lale, usilale.
Thank you.
Bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano.
Thank you.
Bado mapambano.
At this point, silence. Allow me give an official briefing of that which has been taking place since morning. We have briefed the CS and in a general view. Now we welcome CS to give a keynote address on budget, and then after that, we will have him, or rather you will petition him. The questions we raised, we put them in writing. We have a concept that we are also going to deliver to him, where this is just the beginning. This is an inaugural launch. There is a regional-based forum that is coming, where Waziri will come into the former 7 provinces and will engage directly with youths, matters national budget and fiscal planning. So at this point, allow me welcome the Cabinet Secretary in a special way, Honorable John Mbadi Ngongo, FCPA. Welcome, Waziri.
Thank you very much. Comrades power! Comrades power! Asanteni sana. Let me begin first by registering my apologies. According to my initial program, we were to start this engagement around 2:30. Unfortunately, a meeting was scheduled this from this morning around 10. That was summit. Summit brings together, it's always chaired by the president, and the deputy president is a member. And so as cabinet secretaries, we had presentations to make, but the summit also incorporates the county governors. So we had presentations to make, and something interesting is that every issue that was raised touched on money. So I had no choice. Actually, immediately we finished at run here, I even didn't wait for the photo session. That's how serious I took this engagement, and how I wish that my initial plan of coming here at 2 or 2:30 succeeded. But what could I have done? The boss is always the boss. So poleni sana, it is my hope that you have forgiven me for coming in late. And I know it is at a price, especially on you, who are supposed to have left here earlier. But now, allow me to shorten the next steps of engagement. We would have had good time, maybe 2 hours or so, to engage. But unfortunately, because we are starting late, you'll allow me to shorten so that we make maximum productive use of the time that we are going to have here. Is that okay? So my official speech will be very short. Then I will bring some highlights, bring out some highlights like off-the-cuff remarks. Then I will allow you to intervene, maybe ask questions or make some suggestions, and then I'll come back for like 3 minutes or to 5 to just respond or summarize, and then we'll call it a day. But thank you very much for coming. Comrades, power! You know, you remind me of my time several years ago. I don't think you want to know when I left campus. Chances are you are all not born by then. 1996, were you alive? You were? Just a few of you. So, representatives from the University Students Association, esteemed student team members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is a privilege to stand before you here today as we launch the National Budget Students Forum, an occasion that underscores our shared commitment to shaping Kenya's future through inclusive, transparent, and forward-thinking economic policies. Today's gathering is more than a ceremonial event. It is a call to action for the youth, who are the heartbeat of our nation's progress. The purpose of this forum is clear: to embed a youth-centric perspective into our national economic decision-making processes. This is not just a policy initiative, but rather a legal obligation which is rooted under Article 201A of the Constitution of Kenya, which mandates that public resources must be managed transparently and in the public interests. Our youth are the future, and their voices must be central to how we plan, allocate, and utilize our resources. The youth are a significant demographic of our country, making up over 75% of the population, with a potential for contributing towards economic development of this country. This notwithstanding, there are prevailing challenges and emerging issues that we constantly need to track and address to unlock this potential. These include unemployment, which is real. During our time, unemployment was not a question. There was nothing like unemployment. You were waiting to complete your studies and start earning a living. And nowadays, it is completely different. After completing your studies, then you start another very tough journey of looking for employment. And so this is a serious challenge. The other one is skills development, digital literacy, entrepreneurship, and inclusive governance for a demographic dividend. As student leaders and representatives of Kenya's vibrant youth, your role is vital. You embody the nation's aspirations for resilience, innovation, and sustainable growth. Your engagement in national development is not optional. It is critical for building and essential for building a resilient and inclusive economy that offers opportunities for all. Ladies and gentlemen, despite global economic uncertainties, Kenya continues to demonstrate resilience. Our economy outperforms regional averages thanks to deliberate policy choices, a robust service sector, and the unwavering dedication of Kenyans. In fact, in the region, I think Kenya is leading in terms of human capital. If you are doubting, I would invite you to visit a few countries across the region. You will realize that we have human capital that no any other country can compare with us. Probably, you can only compare Kenya with a country like Ghana. We have the best human brains and very hardworking people in this continent. However, we recognize that challenges remain, particularly for young people facing climate shocks, unemployment, and limited access to opportunities. Our strategic response is anchored in the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and the fourth medium-term plan. These frameworks prioritize sectors with high youth employment potential. One is agriculture, the other one is micro, small and medium enterprises. The next one or the third one is housing. Number 4 is healthcare. And the last one, which is probably the most important in terms of job creation, is the digital and creative economy. These sectors are not only engines of growth, but also platforms for innovation, entrepreneurship, and job creation among our youth. Ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge the rising voices of youth expressing frustrations over issues like high living cost or high cost of living. Unemployment is a cancer now in our country, eating us up. And governance transparency, which is the worst now of all these challenges. These concerns are valid and demand our immediate attention. Our government is committed to transforming these frustrations into constructive dialogue and tangible action. We recognize that trust is the foundation of effective governance. Therefore, the youth lenses we are institutionalizing today will also serve as a lens of accountability. We invite you to partner with us in monitoring the efficient and transparent use of public funds, ensuring that every shilling allocated to youth empowerment reaches its intended beneficiaries. And in line with the strategic budgeting approaches like zero-based budgeting, we are now integrating the youth lens to ensure that every expenditure aligns with youth priorities and needs. This includes addressing concerns around higher education funding, where we aim to guarantee that no student is left behind due to financial barriers. We are committed to streamlining disbursement processes, reducing bureaucratic delays, and ensuring timely access to loans and bursaries. Furthermore, we are also aware of the financial strains facing our public universities, which impact the quality of education and future prospects of our youth. Our strategy emphasizes increased funding, infrastructure development, and curriculum reforms to equip students with skills relevant to the evolving job market, particularly in areas like artificial intelligence, data science, green technologies, and vocational trades. This forum marks a strategic step towards a people-driven budget, one that reflects our constitutional principles and the collective will of Kenyans. Your insights and recommendations will shape policies that are inclusive, responsive, and future-oriented. And as one of you just said, I think this is the chairman, that we are now going to have engagement in the former provinces. We are beginning here in Nairobi, but I am sure that we are going to have this engagement in the other 7 remaining regions. As you prepare to engage in planning and decision making, know that the National Treasury is committed to working alongside you. Your role is crucial in crafting an economic future that is not only resilient, but stable and sustainable for generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore today is not merely a procedural event. It is a strategic step towards a people-driven budget that is rooted in our constitutional principles and the collective will of Kenyans. As you move into your planning sessions on the way forward and consolidate insights into actionable recommendations and shared commitments, know that the National Treasury is committed to working alongside you. Your role is vital. Let us unite our efforts to build a Kenya where opportunities are accessible to all, where youth are empowered to lead, and where our collective aspirations become reality. Together, we can forge a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient nation. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, to, apart from that official speech that I've just given, to make a few comments. You are aware that previously there was limited public engagement and discourse around budget process, and even in discussing finance bill, which is crucial because it is the law that gives effect to taxation. And as we always say that there should be no taxation without representation, I think it has been an oversight in terms of involving the public in determining how they were going to contribute towards running their economy. But I want us also to understand that after the budget is passed and agreed and assented to, then we enter the next stage of budget implementation. And as we speak, we are now implementing 2025-2026 budget. I would want to invite you to engage us and hold us accountable in terms of implementation of the budget that we just passed. It is important that when now I move to the regions, I bring a report card on how far we have done in terms of the implementation of the budget that we passed in 2025-2026, so that the budgets don't remain wish lists but become tools of development. I want to emphasize that if this economy has to grow, there are fundamental things that we must attend to. One, we must give emphasis to digital superhighway and creative economy, as I said in my official speech. But I want to tell, thank you for that. But I want to tell you something, that for this economy to create jobs that we desire, it is important that we ensure that the economy grows at a higher rate than it is growing today. Granted, our economy outperforms the average economic growth in the region. But let us not compare ourselves with the low. Let us not use that as an excuse to be complacent. Economic growth of 4.7 as it were in 2024, or 4.9% as it was in the first quarter of this year, or 5% as our economy grew in the second quarter of this year, and at 5.1 or 5.2 that we projected to grow in the third and fourth quarter, cannot create enough job opportunities to accommodate the over 800,000 young Kenyans, very knowledgeable, well-trained, entering the job market. Analysis have demonstrated that we need at least 7% of economic growth to be able to create employment or job opportunities that would keep pace with the number of youth that come out of colleges and training institutions. Therefore, how then would we realize an economic growth of 7% and above? It is important to note that that cannot be realized unless we still invest in infrastructure in this country. And the infrastructure that I'm talking about begins with roads. The roads that in this country, the roads leading to some of our major trading partner states are not in a state that would help spur and maintain economic growth and trajectory that we want. Take, for example, the road leading us to Uganda, which is a major trading partner for Kenya. It is in a terrible state. The road leading to Tanzania, Nairobi-Namanga Road is not in a good condition in terms of traffic flow. But apart from that, we have other roads. Just coming here was a nightmare for me. I left State House to reach here. I took over 30 minutes. I was taking 30 minutes and I have a lead car. Assuming I didn't have the lead car to misbehave on the road. Because what I've done to reach here was just basically misbehaving. Moving on the wrong side of driving on the wrong side of the road. How many of you have that privilege to misbehave? None. Is that not true? And that cannot help our economy to grow. Thika Road, which used to be a fantastic road, is now not in the state that we would want to be proud of. Therefore, the road sector needs to be looked into. Let me summarize quickly. The other sector that we must address is energy sector. You cannot attract direct foreign investment into your economy if your energy supply is not reliable and is costly. So reliability and cost effectiveness of the energy sector, of the energy prices, is very critical for any economic progress. But we don't have that advantage at the moment. We must address that. The third area is the area of irrigation and food sufficiency. You cannot continue to rely on rain-fed agriculture and expect to be sufficient in food production. You cannot. You must look for ways of ensuring irrigated agriculture. And I will give you an example. We have a project that is running, and I'm sure you have read about it. If you have not been to Galana Kulalu, you must have read about it. You will hear about it. Galana Kulalu is a project that personally I'm very proud of. But you can only be able to put 10,000 acres under irrigation with the current arrangement. For us to move a step further, we need to do a dam to be able to irrigate at least 200,000 acres of land, and that is achievable. Right now, by the end of this year, we will have irrigated about 5,200. Each acre produces 35 bags of maize. We are now harvesting on 1,500 acres. That is already under irrigation. Each acre, 35 bags. Twice a year, 70 bags. Times 200,000, you can produce 14 million bags of maize from Galana Kulali. What is our maize deficit in this country? It's averaging 10 to 15 million. Therefore, Galana Kulali alone, if we were to do that dam, it is possible to fill the deficit that we have for maize in this country. And by the way, if we do not address the issue of food sufficiency, that we are still going to import food into this country, where we spend 500 billion Kenya shillings every year, we are going to affect our forex reserves, and we are going to spend taxpayers' money on that. Therefore, we must do more dams to irrigate our farms, and we have fertile land to produce enough for ourselves. We can produce sugar. Already in a Bora scheme, we are putting 50,000 acres into irrigated agriculture for sugar production. Let me now explain why I'm giving you all these statistics, including our airport. This airport must be done. My friends, I know you people don't travel a lot. That I am very sure. Some of you travel. If you travel, you will agree with me that our airport is a shame for an economy like Kenya. We are being outperformed by Ethiopia, Rwanda. Rwanda is a very tiny economy. Kenya is the biggest economy, East and Central Africa now. We have overtaken Ethiopia. Ethiopia used to be the largest economy. Kenya is now the largest economy. We are number 6 in Africa. We are a big economy. You can only compare us to South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, Algeria. Those are the economies you compare Kenya with. Not these small economies like Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda. These are our juniors. And therefore, if you go to these countries and you find the airport is well developed, I was in Angola. I felt ashamed. They have a fantastic airport. Only that their efficiency is very low, rock bottom. So you take too much time to be cleared. If you give that airport to Kenyans who are very fast in the way they did things, with the efficiency we have, Kenya would attract more and more tourists, attract more business people coming here. So why I was raising all this is that we must think outside the box. Because really, for us to do these infrastructure projects, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot do them with your taxes. It is impossible. Because already we are taking taxes from you, and 50%, 48 to 50% is going towards debt repayment. Debt service cost. We cannot borrow more either to do these projects. So therefore, we must think outside the box, productively, creatively, and come with other more innovative ways of funding this infrastructure project. Hence the need for a country like Kenya. It is long overdue. We are late to start National Infrastructure Fund. And I know the president will soon pronounce himself, maybe the day after tomorrow. We are forming a company. We created, I'm hearing people are saying we don't have a legal framework. People have not read that government-owned enterprises law, which was assented to a few days ago, is very elaborate on how to form such companies with the business and commercial mind. We are going to form a company that is going to be professionally run. We are not going to populate it with political rejects and other kinds of people who have no professional background to work in this company. We need serious people. Unfortunately, I am going to be the single shareholder of that company for the time being, until now we get real experts, professionals to run that company. And this company will help us in crowding in private sector funding. I wish I had time, I would have demonstrated you how that model would work. But let me not spend and take much of your time. We will still engage when I get to the regions. You will ask me questions about this National Infrastructure Fund. And with it, we are also forming sovereign wealth fund. Because you cannot be a country which spends everything with the current generation. You must leave something for future generation. And we must create a fund for future generation, a fund that you don't dip your fingers in to finance your budget. That fund must be ring-fenced for the future generation. You can only reinvest it in projects that will give returns in a long period of time for our grandchildren to be able to enjoy the fruits of some of the things that we are doing today. Now, we are starting a process. I've moved to the next stage. We are in the process of starting to prepare the finance bill for 2026. And your input is very important, very necessary, especially those of you who are coming from business school, those who are doing economics, accounting, finance, and general business classes. You can input into the finance bill. Sometimes people imagine that finance bill is a monster. And I think it's a tradition, history. We thought finance bill is a monster prepared at the National Treasury 14th floor, and it is guided. And you know, the ministers then used to be very funny, actually, I would say. They used to be very dramatic. With that briefcase, everybody is waiting. In fact, people are not even selling commodities because they were anticipating price hikes. So if an announcement is made to raise prices, the following day, the new prices kick in. If prices are lowered, then they have to clear the stock. It takes some time. Some of us have gone through that. But now, things have changed. It is different. Public participation. We release a schedule for you to bring your input. This is the time. Speak to us. Tell us areas where you want some cuts to be made, and then tell us where you think we can also raise taxes, if at all there is. But Kenyans are presently complaining of being overtaxed. I don't think we have any option or leverage or latitude to raise taxes. If anything, we are looking for ways of now lowering the tax rates. And this, by the way, is a legal requirement that every year we must have a finance bill. We need your input, and we will engage you further on this. Now, I am done, but before I'm done with economic matters, because I want to end economic matters and then come to matters which probably touch on you and the politics, before I go to the plenary. You know, people are saying, the naysayers, they are telling us that there is nothing we have done. But I will tell you for a fact that things were not easy. Things were not very good. I will tell you, even as late as when I went to the Treasury last year, we could pay salaries up to 15th of the month for the previous month. Even paying loans, we were not sure. Remember last year, those of you who monitored, the shilling depreciated to the dollar up to almost 160, up to above 160 to the dollar. Didn't you see that? That was because up to February, there was a Eurobond loan that was coming up for payment by June as a bullet payment. I hope you understand what a bullet payment means. One-off payment. $2 billion is about 260 billion shillings. Was coming up for payment by June, and by February, the government did not have a plan on how to retire that debt. That is why, if you went to the banks to buy dollar, you couldn't get. That is where we had reached. It was terrible. Fortunately, that liability was managed, and that is why we became proactive this year, and we decided in February and March to liability manage a Eurobond that was coming in 2027. We paid 60% of it to give us that space and at least some breathing space. We went even a step further to be more proactive, to be more responsible, and we managed to pay the Eurobond of 2028. So now between now and 2031, we don't have any pressure in terms of paying our commercial debts. That has at least given us the latitude and the leverage to stabilize the shilling. Those who are asking why is the shilling stable, I am telling them the shilling is stable because the demand on the dollar is low. When demand is high, then obviously the price of a commodity goes up. Is that not the case? The reserves that we have is probably the highest in the history. Our stability of the shilling has been demonstrated. But today, if you read Business Daily, the bank interest, the loans extended to private sector has picked up. Early this year, end of last year, credit to private sector was growing at negative. What that means is that banks were not giving credit to the private sector. Do you know the effect of that? When private sector is not taking loans from the banks, they cannot expand business, and therefore they cannot create jobs for you. Today, I am happy that in the month of November, the credit to private sector has grown by 6.3%, meaning now private sector is expanding. And that is what you need for an economy to create employment. And I want to also repeat here that even the bank interest rates have started falling. By last year, November, the average lending rate was 17.2. Today, it is 14.9. Look at how it is dropping. And even non-performing loans were reported to have shrunk or come down. So that is what you need in an economy to grow. That is what you need for an economy to create jobs. What you people need are jobs. Is that not the case? Yes. Let me now leave that topic of economics and come back to leadership. I know when I see you here, most of you are student leaders. For you to be a student leader, it means you have that inkling, you have that passion to lead. Is that not the case? Leadership is actually a calling, and it starts from a very early age. I started leadership in primary school. That is where I started my leadership. And I remember in class 6, there was no class 8, because I happened to have been the second group of 844. So there was class 7 and class 6. So in class 6, and we had class 7, I was made what today you would call captain, or whatever you call it, president. In our case, we used to call them head boys. So I was the head boy, leading even class 7. Okay? And I was made a head boy. I think the head teacher, I recognized some leadership qualities in me at that early age. And I became a head boy from class 6, class 7, all the way to class 8. Now, with that, I started honing my leadership. Not owning, honing. Now, so what happened? I went to high school. High school, something happened. I want to explain to you that our principal, if you are I'm trying to be humble, yeah, but if you are academically smart, then you could not be made a prefect. That was his he never announced it, but you could see. So for the 4 years I was in school, I was treated like a prefect, but I was never one. And you understand why I was being treated. Actually, I think it was corruption, because the head boy and the deputy, they really gave me all the time. I could not even go and do the manual work. I could decide whether to go for games or read, because when they were stuck, they could come to me and I solved them. In fact, if there was assignment, they would basically come and copy what I've done. So I think that was corruption, isn't it? That was corruption. But what I'm trying to say, that ended. Now, when I came to the university, in my first year in campus, I was made the secretary of student organization of Lower Kabete campus. At our time, we didn't have an umbrella student body. Moi had abolished all umbrella student bodies. So there was no SONU. We brought it, SONU 92, it was again disbanded. So each campus, those of you who come from the University of Nairobi, each campus, Chiromo, Parklands, Lower Kabete, Upper Kabete, Kikuyu campus, main campus, medical school, each campus had student leadership. I was secretary for 1 year, for 2 years. For 2 years, when I got to third year, I became the chairman. And I became chairman for third year and fourth year. Now that is where really I started building my career. And I will tell you, when I was still in campus, around 1992 to 1996, I had already decided that 2007 I was going to run for parliamentary seat. That would surprise you, isn't it? But that is the truth. And I came out of campus, I was employed by the same university. Another time, if we get opportunity, I'll explain to you how I got myself there. But then I got to the circle of the university, and again, I was elected there in the supervisory committee. And the rest is history. I then went and ran for Gwasi parliamentary seat, which is now Suba South. All this time, I was preparing myself to get into politics, because politics has been in my DNA. Yeah, those who know me, and a few of you are here, my politics has been in my DNA. Hata hii kazi ninafanya inanisuffocate. So, but I want to tell you something. If you want to succeed in politics, there are a few things that you must do. there is a character that you must start building. One of them is that you must have some diligence. Diligence. There must be sincerity. And there must be teamwork. But above all, you must be resilient. And I will explain two words of them. Resilience and patience. Now, let me explain patience with two examples. The first example is in 2002, my clan's men, there was no woman among them, approached me in my office and told me that our clan has never produced a parliamentary candidate ever since independence. That was true. We want you to go and run for the seat. I looked at them and assessed the environment in the constituency, and I had this feeling that I was going to be number two. I was going to be number two. But there's no number two in politics. So I decided that I didn't, and you know, if the moment you get the title of a political failure, it will never leave you. In fact, if people don't decide to start not to take you seriously as a candidate, you will be considered a perennial loser. So I told them, it's okay, I understand you, but this is not my year. I decided to be patient. And I supported people. In 1997, I supported a parliamentary. 92, by the way, when I was a student, I supported a parliamentary candidate. 1997, I was chief campaigner of a parliamentary candidate. 2002, that year, I chose a parliamentary candidate and supported instead of running myself as a chief campaigner. Then when it came to 2007, I told that person that I'm going to be MP. I am going to defeat you. So I told the former MP then that I would defeat you. He didn't believe me. He thought I was joking. He said, John, you are young. I told him, yes, I am young, but you have disappointed our people. I supported you thinking you'd be a different leader. You are not. Now I am facing you. And I did. And the rest is history. I actually got 43% of the votes, and we were 10 candidates. The other 9 shared 57%. Now, that was at the nomination stage. I am telling you about patience. Now, the patience that I want to demonstrate to you is after I became a member of parliament. When I became a member of parliament, despite the fact that in my first term, I think I demonstrated some qualities which made my party leader then, the Prime Minister Raila Odinga, to make me assistant minister in his office. I later became minority leader. But then, so first term, I was assistant minister. Second term, I became chairman of ODM, the longest serving to date. On my third term, I became minority leader. Despite that, being chairman of a party, being minority leader, I was running for governor, and I went for the seat. I even shared with Baba, and I told him, Baba, now, having served 3 terms, being the senior most from this county, I feel, and with all my background, you know, kizungu mingi hapa, nimesema na kijaluo yote nikachanganya, nikamwambia, now you know, I want to go for this gubernatorial seat. He told me it is a fantastic idea, but don't announce too early. And I listened to him, announced a little bit late, started my campaign with my strategy. Those who come from that region, you know, my name is called Nyang. Nyang is crocodile. And crocodile, I was given that name. I was not born with that name. I was given that name in the process because crocodile has some characteristics, and they believe I have similar. Yeah, they believe I have similar characteristics that for you to know how dangerous I am, it will be too late. But now, that is besides the point. I was asked, after spending so much, and when I was in the trajectory, I thought I was winning. And I believe up to date that I would have won that nomination. But I will tell you, I was called on 24th of March by Baba. And he told me, look, my son, look here. I have 2 reasons why I feel you should not go for this seat. So he told me the women who are supporting me wants me to demonstrate that I support women leadership. And the tests, I am narrating to you what exactly transpired, yeah? And he told me that, no, you see, they have told me that I should give a ticket to one woman who would likely win. And I think Homa Bay County is a county I've looked at who has a credible woman candidate. I said, okay. I was listening. Not very happy, I must admit. Then he told me again, now look, all my senior politicians, Orengo, Nyongo, are in the village. I'm going to form a government. Who is going to be in my cabinet? So I told him, Baba, I don't like this suggestion, but because I respect you, I will buy it. So I decided to be patient. Some of us, I'll tell you, would have decided to run anyway. Yeah? Because I had a lot of pressure. When people heard that I'm stepping down, the kind of pressure I had from my supporters was enormous. If you are not someone who is patient, you would give in. But I resisted and said, I'm going to do what Baba has said. And I did, and the rest is history. I went even and campaigned for people I didn't like, including my MP. I didn't like much. But still, I went and campaigned for him. The rest is history. Now, lastly, on that, then by the way, my coming back to Parliament as nominated MP was an afterthought. I was put there just in case things don't work. And that in case is what happened. Things actually didn't work. And I think God had prepared me to be in Parliament briefly again for 2 years. So I came back to Parliament, and I was minority leader, so I thought it was automatic that I would just become minority leader again. Because my party leader was telling me how I did fantastic job. President Uhuru praised me even in Kasarani, how I was a very good minority leader. In fact, I was like majority leader because the majority leader, Kemunya, didn't even know names of MPs. I'm the one who used to whip MPs around. So I come back, then I hear someone else has been given minority leader. Of course, I got very angry, sat with Baba. He again explained to me that now you see these people are saying you are nominated, you can't lead. Then I told him, fine, after all, you have given me at least something, I have a job. You have nothing now. I should not put pressure on you. Those were my words to him. But you see, that is why now, finally, when he was sending his people to work with the president, he thought of me. If I did not exercise that kind of patience, I would probably not be standing before you. So I would only beseech you, if you want to go far in leadership, be very strategic. Please don't rush and make decisions with emotions. Make sure you think. Even when you are annoyed, breathe in 3 times. Go back home. Don't respond. Just go back home, sleep over it. Then you will go far in leadership. Leadership requires a lot of patience. Leadership requires also honesty. And I was ruthlessly honest with my leader most of the time. And I was never honest with him in public. You can't be honest with your boss in public. Ni kama you are shaming him. You look for a private opportunity. Tell him, I want to talk to you. And then you go in and talk and say what you want to say. So I know many of you want to be leaders. I want to just beseech you that if you want to be a leader, first be committed. I won my first election when I was considered the most poor of all the 10 candidates. I say considered because I was doubting. There were 2 people I thought I had more money than them. But you see, since I was branded poor, I decided to take advantage of that. And I exploited it to the full. I was telling people, me, I have no resources, but I have the brain. And I have the heart to serve you. So don't be lied to. I know times have changed, and nowadays people have monetarized and commercialized politics. But if you want a seat Don't be discouraged. That is, it's only the wealthy people who can get those seats. If you communicate, our people are very informed, by the way, including those who have not gone to school. And they know how to make decisions. If you have something, please communicate it. And by the way, don't wait until when you want to run is when you start engaging with the community. Engaging with the community does not mean that you'll always be giving them money. Just look for those initiatives where the community is involved, get in, and people will appreciate you. They will see leadership in you very early. Very, very early. So I want to tell you, you have the potential of leading, including in leading this country. But no one will come to you at home and tell you to go and become a leader. It is you to decide. It is you to decide. That is why when I listened, Juzi, last weekend, nilisikia one politician saying, Eti, why are people moving around asking to be sijui kingpin of this region? I don't know what that kingpin means, after all. But then he's saying, we have Dr. Buru here, and we have so and so, so and so. You see, Dr. Buru is our political leader in ODM, party leader. But that does not kill our ambitions. It doesn't kill our ambitions. We respect him as a party leader, but we are also there, isn't it? And no one will come to my house to tell me to go and run for president. It is me to decide. If I'm going to run in 2032, it is I to say I want to run in 2032, and these are my policies, and this is what I want to do for Kenya. So if someone else is not interested in offering himself or herself for any political seat, wacha kai nyumbani, sisi, we know we have what it takes to lead our people. We have what it takes. I don't want to go beyond that. I think I've communicated. So, ladies and gentlemen, so that we can save on time, could you allow me to end there so that I could allow some of you to ask questions? But as I go back to sit, thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for your patience. This is a clear demonstration that you can be leaders. When you want to be a leader, you must show patience. Thank you very much. And I want to sit. I think now you will conduct the next program. I will take down your questions. And if you don't mind, please let them not be too many. I would tell you, I would just confess to you, since morning I've just had tea. Tea only is what I've had. But hata nyinyi najua amjakula. Sindio? Sindio? Amjaona? So because all of us have not eaten, I will still allow questions and I'd answer them, but we must also try to leave here as soon as we possibly can. Thank you very much.
First, allow me to first focus on the keynote. Questions that are coming, at least 5, to delve into fiscal planning, policy, finance, Bill 2026. So we can have 2 ladies, 3 gentlemen, 3 ladies, 2 gentlemen. The mic, where is the coordinator? One from the far end, stand up. 1 to stand up, 1 man from the far end to stand up. Thank you, 1. Let them first stand, 1. The 3 can sit. The 3 can sit. Jemo, just hold on kidogo. Another lady from here, stand. The lady in blue. Thank you. That is 2. The lady at the far end, stand. That is 3. We have 1 in front, 5. So please first introduce yourself, your institution, and then you can ask a question. Very direct and precise, please.
Good evening. I'm Samuel Kiama, Pwani University. And concerning the Finance Bill 2025-2026, Waziri, I have a proposal. Now that you have admitted that it's impossible to have the youth employed, I think you should also admit that the youth that you look at here, next year they will be jobless and vulnerable. So tumeona unapea wazee wale vulnerable pesa kidogo ya kujisaidia. Kwa hiyo finance bill ututengee kama youth, tukigraduate na sisi tupeka capital ka 100,000 tuende kwa biashara tukajisaidia.
Thank you.
The last one. There's a time that you said if we drop corruption by 50% when you enter to office, we would save 1 billion per year. And we, the youth, are not afraid about the taxes. What we are afraid is the budgeted corruption. So with the experience that you have in office, how have you reduced the corruption? And what is the corruption rate of this country? And what are the measures that have been put in place to make sure that we live in a good country?
What's your name again?
I'm Samuel Kiama, Pwani University.
Pwani University, thank you. On your first question, I'll help Waziri as he will answer. That is why we are here. This is the first cabinet secretary to engage the youth. I think he'll delve more into it. Thank you. The next one.
Comrades Power. My good name is Paul Cheng. I am serving as the Secretary General of Zitek University Students Association. Waziri, we have a student-led caucus, that is student leaders from Nyanza region, and we've always been forefront in defending the current government. Waziri, we've faced a lot of criticism, some of us tumesalimiwa, and last year, a majority of us who are here as the Nyanza student leaders, we received a lot of threats, and as we speak, as we're going to the next financial year, which is the 2026-2027, Waziri, we are kindly requesting that we also be part of the team that is going to lead public participation in other counties or regions. We've been here and we are always here and we are ready to support you in delivering to this government. Waziri, another thing, we have a lot of youths who are student leaders who are now or who want now to transition to national politics. A number of them are here and they are really in need of your support. Some of them not from Nyanza, not from Western, not from Eastern, but across all this country. They all want your support. A majority of them are here, and we kindly request you, Waziri, kindly have a meeting with these coming leaders, upcoming leaders. Some of them want MCAs, some of them want MPs, and they need guidance. They also need financial muscles, which we as the youth, as you said that you had 9 of your competitors who had a lot of money, and you are very poor as me, as I am. So Waziri, kindly come to our rescue. We are ready to support you. We are going to defend you, and we are going to defend President William Samoei Ruto with all our body parts. Thank you very much. Mimi ni two-term ambassador, Nairobi County, Central Region. Comrades, power! Comrades,
thank you. Thank you,
Waziri
SG.
transaction.
Thank
Also, I'm being reminded of one thing, Waziri. I know some of us here are leaders, and maybe shida utokea. Some people get crushed, the event, and they are here with us.
Yes,
Kindly
we will
come through
address
for them,
that. Thank you.
Let
Please.
them at least get some transport back home. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, and may God bless you.
Thank
We'll
you.
support you, Mbadi the 6th. Thank you.
The questions we are taking is on the keynote address, please. He is here. He has to address the issue of the delegates that are sat here. Thank you. Ask your question, your name, please.
Comrades Power. Comrades Power. So my name is Aloch Gertrude Lucy Amondi. I come from Homa Bay County. I'm a student at Kenyatta University, and I'm also a member of Go Green organization, just if you so you know. So I want to make my first comment, and I want to appreciate Waziri. It is true that we have seen you have done a good work in the Treasury Department since you sat on that seat. And we give you your applause as you are still in that seat. Two, I would ask something outside your scope. And my question is about the retirees. This is because those retirees are our parents. They are my parents. And if my parent is a retiree, That means I cannot eat if they do not have something in their pocket. I cannot go to school. So I would like to ask the retirees that retired, let me say in the year 2023, most of them have not received their retirement money. And this is affecting our education. It is affecting our feeding as comrades. Therefore, I would like to ask, as the Treasury, after how long should the retiree be outside the job
The
sector?
connection between retirement benefits and the youth in school. That's your question?
No.
Be precise, please.
So, when somebody retires outside job, yeah, after how long should they stay for them to get their benefits? Yes. And then, Mheshimiwa, I have heard you have said that you have only took tea since morning, and I want to tell you that I have also only took tea.
Thank you.
Morning.
Next question, Jemo.
No, please.
Next question, please, James.
I would like to say that policy, we are talking about policy here. And policy, Mheshimiwa, you have been a policy maker, and you have to say it as it is, right? So these forums are made for youths. And when they make it public, and you get the information, you come to the gate. They allow us to come inside, and then they call us gate crashers. This lowers our dignity as leadership. They would just tell us, go back. But not coming in here, and then you're being intimidated. No food, because your name is not inside the list. I did not eat lunch because of that. I'm so hungry, about to faint.
My sister, you have to eat.
Sorry.
You will eat.
I'm not lying.
Next question.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay. I would say it because Waziri knows how to speak in the parliament. You say it the way it is. You say the truth. You speak honesty. And that is what I am speaking. Finally, I would like to encourage our fellow comrades. When you hear such like forums, go. If they don't want you in those forums, let them chase you away. Because if you don't come to these forums, they won't happen. And therefore, you must be handled well. I'm speaking of this because there should be no repeat of such a thing
Jemo.
in any youth leadership summit conference.
What's your name again? What's your name again? What's your name
If
again?
you allow me.
What's
now
your name
allow me
again?
My name is Gertrude Lucy Amondi Aloch from Homa Bay County.
Lucy, please
And,
come.
The MP.
Please come.
Honorable Kaluma.
Please come, Lucy.
Enda Lucy.
Next question. Lucy, come. Question first, please. Your question, put your question. Your question, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So we've talked about budgets. Okay. My name is Caroline Atieno Mboya from Sindo, Homa Bay County.
Your institution?
So I'm from Kenyatta University, the congressperson, Faculty of Science and Technology. So my question was, we've talked about budget approval, budget implementation, but we've not talked about budget transparency. When we talk about, this hub, known as Kadano Hub, where it's a group of tech students who look for ways on how we can bring this issue of transparency to the government. Okay, in the docket of finance, you've told us that you're dealing with a lot of things. You're dealing with roads, our health, you're dealing with education. So you see, at some point, we fail to understand, like, in the docket of education, like now under NFM, all these things that are okay, when we talk about loans and those funds that are being placed in our schools, you find sometimes they talk about percentages. Like, you see, we are told this percentage got this amount of money, but when you go back to our schools, you find a lot of students have not yet received the loan. So we want transparency. We really want to acknowledge the importance of AI on breaching informations. Like, when a road is being built, let us know that this type of road has been built in this place. This number of students have been given this amount of money.
Thank you.
Let us normalize using actual figures, and also let us normalize coming up with these transparent actions. Like, let us integrate AI, let us use tech to show all these figures to these students and also the community.
Next question. The last one.
Let try to summarize the question.
Marco, here, your last question. Very precise, please.
So personally, mine is a recommendation.
Yeah.
And just to say that I'm planning to unseat our current MP, CS Mbadi. I'm planning to unseat him for Sober South, that is, in the 2027 election. So my recommendation is this. I'm Samuel Oya. You know me. So my recommendation is this. As a Department of as the Department of Treasury, this is a recommendation that you can propose to the Ministry of Education. We introduce skill-based training that is centered on entrepreneurship in all the courses that are taught in school. Because right now we're struggling with unemployment, and we're seeking to have people who can create employment themselves. So when we have skill-based training within each and every course, that I'm doing law, and I know the entrepreneurship aspect of it, how can I create my own employment out of it across all the other sectors, so that each person getting out of the school can, apart from the employment from the government can offer, they can create their own employment. So that is my recommendation.
Thank you.
Across.
Thank you. Finally, Kasam, please come as the CS is answering the questions. I think he's writing it down. You speak on behalf of the comrades, and then the CS here. He can speak on behalf of all the comrades, and then the CS can answer the questions.
The time is running, Waziri. Thanks for showing up. Ladies and gentlemen, tumsifu Yesu Kristo wa Kristo. Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Direct, my name is Jevin Oyoka Sam, the only young man who has interacted with the president twice and still remained jobless. I want to go back direct to the main reason why we are here. Waziri, these young people, I want to focus on a point that you've said, that the government is doing a lot of things. And any wise man here has heard from you what the national government is doing. But the problem is those at the grassroots level. Somebody from the interior part of Kosewa in Dewa cannot get that information. And the best ambassadors to use are these young leaders that are in this place. If you get a platform, the only way that you can give back to us is giving us the grassroots mobilizations for the young leaders that are present in this house. Sindio? And Waziri, I wanted to pose a concern before I give my remarks, is that we saw that the Form 4 or those who are dropped out of school, the government was giving them a funding that was called the Nyota Fund. And that is so good. So my worry is, if you are in the university or you are close to something, you are not getting these resources. And that has kept me wondering if you want us to go and steal from those dropouts so that we can take those resources. And that will bring me to my question, that in the next financial year, 2026, 2027, what you can do for us is at least those who are graduating during that year, you can also give them some grant at least to start a life immediately after graduation so that they don't be frustrated. Sindio? And last but not least, if I leave here by not thanking those people who invited themselves to this meeting, and they have shown decorum, and they have contributed to the main topic, kindly consider them, as I always tell you, nyangol pie korgi, pour water in their chest. And lastly, I want to thank the leadership that have organized this caucus led by Alo and the team. You people, you have done an amazing job. You have done a good job. Rallying all these people and putting them here, sending them text messages is not an ordinary job. The enemy, I'm spitting wisdom, kindly. The enemy of the youth is the youth. And finding these young people, bringing us to this place without checking our tribe. They are wise people, and the only thing I can assure them, because I'm son of a poor man, you will all go to heaven. Thank you so much. And because we are here, pour water on our chest.
Thank you. Let's clap for all the people who've spoken as we welcome Waziri to answer the questions.
Yeah, so the first question came from my friend from Pwani University, and you have indicated that youth are also vulnerable and should be given money. I think you varied it, that you should be given some kind of grant to support initiatives to start maybe business, and not the normal stipend that we give to those vulnerable people. Personally, I would support that. We just need to put our voice, especially when we will be making this submission on the budget process. But I think it is important that we look for, if you cannot get formal employment, and that ties with the question on Nyota, that we may need to think how then do we make some resources available for those who have come out of school, especially colleges and training institutions, and want maybe to start their businesses and run. So we need to provide a platform where it is possible to access funding. It may not be very cheap because, as I said, many of you are leaving colleges to go into the market, and not all of you also are good in business, by the way. So not all of you should attempt. Don't attempt something where you take money, because there is also no free money in this world, isn't it? So don't attempt something that you may not be able to do. But I think it is important that those of us with that capacity and advantage should be considered for that. So I think I've addressed that together with the Nyota. On corruption, you know, this statement that I made was somehow misused. Today it has not been misused. Today you are spot on. Actually what I said was, there is this report that every day we lose about 2 billion. It's not my report, it came from the former president. So I just said that if we are losing 2 billion per day, assuming we reduce that by 1, actually if you ask me, I would love that it's reduced to 0. But I was just giving a hypothetical example that if you reduce it by 1, it means we'll lose 1. So if we are losing only 1, we are losing 1, and we are saving 1 from what we would have lost, that is 360 billion per year. And that 360 billion per year is probably almost enough. If you multiply it by 2, is enough to close my budget deficit. I don't even need to go to Washington to beg for money from IMF and World Bank. Actually, that is the context I brought it. That if we could be prudent in use of our funds, then why can't we then be self-sufficient? So the way to address this from a treasury perspective, because I'm not a police officer, I'm not ESCC, I'm not ECI, what I do at National Treasury is put systems that would deter corruption. That's why we introduced something that has been talked about from 2018, e-procurement. We have implemented it this year. All this year, it has just been done. We have just been dancing around it. Oh, we are implementing. No, we are not implementing. We'll implement next year. It has been a moving target. This year, I said, with all the flaws, we learn as we move. Let us face those challenges. So we have implemented it. You see, there is pushback. People have been fighting it. Counties, parliament, nani, but I stuck to my gun. Because to bring change in this country, you need to be courageous. And I realized that because the president has the courage and is supporting me, I decided also to be courageous. And I realized if I don't, if I don't implement it, no minister will implement it. No minister will implement it. So I have decided, hii nitasukuma. Hata nini kifanyika, nitasukuma tu huko mbele. Kwa niko nini? Yeah? In fact, I was saying, some people are saying, oh, you will be impeached. I said, even if I'm impeached, how much time have I been in this space? 18 years. Hata nikienda nyumbani, there are people who just want even one term. 5 years. Mimi nimekaa hapa 3 terms in bunge. Now I'm going to my 2nd year as a minister. Kwani iko nini? But we must implement e-procurement. There is one thing that is not being talked about, which we have brought. Treasury single account. Do you know in this country, people have been paying even one invoice 3 times. We have brought a system now where you cannot. And we have caught many. Many people have been caught trying. They are saying, oh, it is innocent. But I know they just wanted to steal. That's how it has been happening. Treasury single account. And they don't like it. Nimbaya. If you request money to pay Mbadi, you cannot pay my sister here. Hiyo hakuna. And it will sort out, if it rolled out to completion, pending bills will be a thing of the past. And you will not be cherry picking invoices that this one has talked to you nicely, you pay. This one has not talked to you, you don't pay. It will, the moment you requisition money that you are going to pay suppliers and you have listed them, you will pay those suppliers. If you don't, the money will come back to us. So that is a system we have implemented. The other one is integrating payroll. Today, and by the way, the governors were resisting. Yeah? They don't want statutory deductions to be done at source. And we are asking, why? Why do you pay someone's salary, net salary, and you have already deducted NSF, you are not remitting? Pay as you earn, you are not remitting. SHA, you are not remitting. We want a system where you deduct and that money does not go anywhere else. That money goes direct to those institutions that they should be paid. So we are bringing a lot of reforms, by the way. Some are not in public there. Some are just quiet here. But the face of it is the e-procurement. That's what I know you know. But there is a more serious one on treasury single account. Paul, you want to lead. I think we can involve, when we are going to the regions, we can see the 7 regions, we can pick some of you to also accompany us. Yeah? And maybe we will ask you to speak to your colleagues on areas that you think should be accommodated in the budget. And by the time we are done, we should document this properly. We should assess at the end of it, what is it that you said that has been captured? If you said 5 things, at least 1 or 2 should find its way in the budget. That is when public participation would make sense. If you just talk, we are just a talk shop like this, we just talk and we go, and whatever you say is not embedded or put in, then it makes no sense, isn't it? So we must make sure that some of the things that you suggest are included. On how to support you, I agree, we can mentor you. I can find some time, you know my office is also very busy, but I can find time to be discussing with a few of you who are interested in politics. I can give you some tips of how to win elections, isn't it? Because I've never lost any. I've participated in elections from university. I've never lost. And I don't intend to lose any. Even 2032, I will not lose. I will always win. I know God will be on my side. Any election I go into, if I run for Senate, I'll get it. If I run for woman rep, I'll still win. So I just want to make sure that I announce at the appropriate time what I'm going for. Alwach, you have talked about something very sensitive, and I agree with you on retirees. There has been a challenge on payment. Where is Alwach? On thank you. There have been challenges on payment of retirees, especially those who retired in 2024, 2023, 2024, because we changed the law in December last year to exempt all pensions from tax. Because really, if you have offered as a service to the nation and you are now age of 60, you are going home, we should give you your money without again going for a portion of it in form of taxes. So when we passed that amendment, KRA has their own interpretation. Our interpretation is different from theirs. They are saying that only those people who have retired from December 2024 should have their pension non-taxable. Our understanding is different. Pension, with the way we pay pension, we budget and pay it as a cash basis. So before you get your pension, before you receive it, and the law was changed before you received your pension, you should get it tax-free. So that has been, we have been going around with KRA until last week. I wrote to the Attorney General to give us opinion. And I know the Attorney General will give an opinion. I am sure it will be a favorable opinion. Then immediately it is given, we release money. We didn't want to deduct taxes from these retirees, and then we realize they are supposed to get their money in full, then we again pay them. Or we give them money in full, then after giving them, then the law, it's interpreted that we should have deducted. We will not have any money to recover. Because how do you go to retirees and you start telling them to refund some of the money you paid them? On those of us who probably didn't get official invite, I'll speak to, because you are here, and you must also participate in public participation. So I'll see what to do, because I know you need to go back to where you've come from, maybe. Isn't it? Some of you, yes, are coming. Transparency about the budgets, that is correct. You have asked, why are we talking only about budget approval and budget implementation without transparency? Actually, it is both. When we talk about budget approval, it is my understanding that the budget approval process must be transparent. That's why we are starting now to engage with you and other Kenyans on the budget of 2026-2027. And this engagement will go until the budget finally presented to Parliament and passed. And we will discuss the finance bill and pass. And then budget implementation. We must start now being more transparent on budget implementation. When I go to the next region, I will give an account of how much probably we have spent or we have released to go to the road sector, and probably give indicative areas where that money is going. For example, some counties, this county probably has received this. If I go to the coast, it would be important for Kwale to know how much has gone there to do the roads, for Tana River to know, Taita Taveta to know, Kilifi, Lamu, and Mombasa. So we must start the process of being transparent, both in the approval of budget and implementation of budget. So we must be more open in terms of data. Like, where are the roads? I think that is a question that, who asked this question? Caroline. That where are they being done? Caroline and I come from the same constituency, because you said you come from Sindo. Imagine from independence to 2016, not even an inch of tarmac road had been done in that constituency. Not even an inch. Then 2016, the road, our major road is awarded, and then the contractor comes in, and then the contractor goes away, then another one is supposed to be awarded, then there is no money. after doing some 5-6 kilometers. Then you get another contractor to come in 2020, and he sits there, starts the work, does some earthwork, and then stays there up to 2024. So now is when that road is being done. Now, the question you want to ask, is that really fair and just? Now, that is even better. I went to Tana River. Crossing from one side of the Tana River to the other to go to school, the children cross on with canoes, some they put sticks and they cross. Imagine Tana River. You are crossing on some very delicate pole put for you. And many children drop in water, the crocodile eat them. From independence to this year, to this year. Because of a bridge which cost us 100 million. So when I went there, and that is the sense of Minister for Finance, not sitting in Treasury building, you must also go out. And I've chosen to be going out. I saw that, and I said this is unfair, and we allocated 200 million, 100 million for each of the 2 bridges. And they are nearing completion now. It's going to sort out that problem. How much have we been wasting? People have been eating, embezzling billions of shillings in this country. Yet we cannot allocate 100 million to sort out the problem of a community. And their children, they lose their loved ones. Young children. It's not fair. And that is why I say we need more transparency as to where we are allocating resources. You see some people showing you pictures of schools, how they have done their schools with paved roads to the school. And that is your taxes, your tax. Yet for those of us who have been traveling to Western Kenya during Christmas holiday, between Naivasha and Nakuru, you take 10 hours. We live in such a country. I think we agree with you, skill-based training is important. We need to adopt it. Probably I will talk to my colleague to also be engaging you. I know Gamba is very receptive to ideas. He should engage you and just see what kind of reforms can be done in the education sector. Kasam, it is true that our grassroots people don't get all the information that we have, and therefore they become vulnerable. Look, when someone stands and says that, you know, Safaricom shares, these guys are selling Safaricom for only 34 shillings per share. Yet, Safaricom share as we speak today can fetch 70 shillings. In fact, instead of receiving the 200 billion that the government is going to receive, they could have received 400 billion. The other 200 billion, the leaders are taking that money. You know, they say that, and if that information is not countered, the person at the grassroots would just take it as a gospel truth. And I saw one of the leaders say it in church. Yeah? Say it in church. And people were like, what? Is that what the government is doing? You know, those people left the church hating the government thoroughly. But what is the truth? Ask that person who said that Safaricom shares can be sold at 70 shillings. Those of us who have Safaricom shares, to call that man to Nairobi Securities Exchange so that he can give you 70 shillings per share. The price of Safaricom shares is 27 shillings, 28 shillings today. And he's selling you to 70 shillings. Can he buy it at 70 shillings? Just ask him that simple question. Can you tomorrow go to Nairobi Securities Exchange and buy 1 million shares there? Or don't even go 100,000 shares at 70 shillings. Pay 7 million. He will not. And let me make you laugh. You know, I decided to read. You know me, I didn't campaign with the president. In fact, I never prayed for him to be president. I was seriously praying. One of my prayers which was never answered. that he fails. But they had a manifesto. And we had a manifesto in Azimio. Fortunately, the Azimio manifesto, I spent a whole weekend together with my other colleagues. We were working on that manifesto. In some house in Karen, along Fair Acre. From Friday to Sunday, we were leaving that place past midnight. We did our manifesto. They also did theirs. Word for word, the manifesto of UDA stroke Kenya Kwanza said this. That because of the fiscal space that is limited, we are going to take out of the budgets major commercially viable infrastructure projects. And we are going to start an infrastructure fund. The only thing they didn't say is national, but they said infrastructure fund. And the initial capital into that fund will come from the proceeds of privatization, word for word. Then I asked someone, this guy is speaking about us doing illegal things. Wasn't he the running mate of the president on Kenya Kwanza? Did he read the manifesto? Then the guy told me, no, he never read. He did not read the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza. It is in black and white. And let me tell you, even as Azimio, we had a similar suggestion. And we are just implementing. In fact, we are implementing the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza word for word. Word for word. And I even told, we are even late. I was telling His Excellency that, you know, we are in third year. We should have done this before this manifesto. And the president said, I agree with you. This is something we should have done way back. We have no choice but to do it because both sides recognize it. Now, where was I? So, we will see how to get grassroots mobilized for us to talk. And you know, when we are the ones talking to them, it may be more believable if some of you also speak to them. I agree. Lastly, I think I had already addressed the issue of a similar fund like Nyota. Let me leave it there because we have captured a grant for graduates that should be made. You can also sit and do a written memorandum to us as student leaders. Please do a memorandum to us on 2026-2027. Something I can take to the cabinet and say, this is a suggestion from students. Can we pick some of the suggestions and put in our budget? Is that correct? So please, the leadership, maybe we go for the next round, but I hope you will now limit it to less than maybe about 3. I can see so many hands, but if you could reduce the number.
Only if you're promising to be precise. Are we in agreement? Are we in agreement? 1 guy, 1 lady, 2. 1 from this side, 1. Okay, we can take 3. 1, 2, 3. Please, be very precise, please.
Okay.
These people have not eaten.
It's okay. Our CS, John Mbadi, expert, CPA ODM. My name is Paul Kirutu Samuel, Secretary General Emeritus, Maseno University, and currently Youth and Student Coordinator for Peace and Security under Jukwaa la Wasomi initiative. Now, my question is, in your entire speech, Bwana Waziri, I haven't heard you touching on matter security, and you know, security is very important in our institutions as far as academics are concerned. So what?
Let him speak. The connection between Ministry of Interior
From where
and Finance.
I come, insecurity is a challenge. So if your place is okay, just keep quiet. So, Mr. CS, please tell us what is your plan on how you are going to make allocations for security in various campuses, because that has also been a challenge to many institutions. Please, thank you.
Thank you.
A very good afternoon. So my name is Stacy. The first question is, having student leaders here, we are either having our years, 1 or 2 years in leadership. I'm giving a proposal that annually, maybe after every academic year, we have a student leader summit, probably running from 1 week in Mombasa to and fro for them to learn the skills, because I realized most of us come from high school and get directly into politics. From that, we can pick a few and then accompany you for the mtaani budgeting and all that as we recruit others. So that's these skills, they can have them to and fro, on and off within the profession. So I'm proposing just after every academic year, you have a student leader
It's a
summit.
proposal.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
The last question is, the CS, I asked something about the help for the KSL students. Can we get a clarification that next year, 2026, 2027, the KSL students will get help?
Thank
they
you.
didn't get it this year.
Thank
Your
you.
name, please. Your name?
Stacy Onyango.
Last question.
Yes, thank you so much once again. Good evening indeed. My name is Pascal Odhiambo. I'm from the Technical University of Kenya. In that case, I'm a graduate in economics and statistics. So I had a question to our expert, because it affects most of us directly in this, as the student leaders. A matter of students, lecturers strike, because I've not had it being tackled, and I would love if you include it in the 2026-2027 budgetary allocation. Thank you.
Thank you. As we finalize.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Tony Odhiambo from the Kenyatta University. I just have, I just have something that we want to present as youth that we made as a conference from the Western region in this forum. I think when yes, we can say that as youths we might not have money, but I think we have in abundant integrity, superstitiousness, and exposure, and we hate intimidation. I think we are the rare opportunities or the rare species around who are having the opportunity to stop the finance bill in this country, and that one should not be intimidated to us. I think we have a certain memorandum, Mr. CS, that we need to share with you, and you can just take your couple of time to go through it and understand it. Thank you.
You can present the memorandum to the CS just now.
Little mic.
That is the last, Waziri. As Waziri is coming, we are now entering the wrap-up session, where after he answers the question, we can have a photo session, and then we remain put. We see how each and every one of you will be facilitated. Right?
So, this is a memorandum. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Blair, Tony, yes. Okay. Hey, that's been a long one, a long day. Finally, we are coming to a close. Paul Samuel, you've asked about security. Yes, I do recognize that I sit in the National Security Council, but the details of matter security, I think the line ministry would deal with, interior. I can just take this concern. It would be very unfortunate if we are losing our young people, and I've seen a number of reports of losing young people in campuses. A lot of it is as a result of pure insecurity. Some also of people with very ill motives targeting especially our female students. I think this is something that we cannot shy away from. That's why I chose to speak to it. I will share this with my colleague, that it is a concern from the students for him to take necessary action. I think this is a very fantastic idea, Stacy, of the leadership summit. I think we can organize something major leadership summit, where now we just talk the whole day about leadership. And you really don't have to have just Mbadi. We can organize some people some professionals to talk about leadership. We bring in people with also practical experience. We bring in people who have academic experience to talk to you on leadership. I think that could be a very good idea. And maybe what you need is how would it be facilitated. So if you want to have something like that next year, we can agree. And you tell me how, we have to think around the budget. And I see how plausible and possible is it to be supported. If it can be supported formally, can some of us come together and chip in and do it informally? Because again, our Public Finance Management Act is clear on where we can spend and where we cannot spend. And we can involve the relevant ministry to just help you people grow. Actually, I think the events of last year could have been avoided if we had better engagement with our youth. I still believe that even though there's a lot of frustrations that you go through, there are a lot of mistakes that we do or we commit as those who are in positions of power. But where people talk, you can correct us and we can also guide you and counsel you. To the extent that now we may not end up at loggerheads like what happened last year. It was very unfortunate. To the extent, I will tell you, when I was taking up this appointment, nilitusiwa vibaya. Not because there's any crime I committed. But just because there was that negative opinion about the government. I think we can lower that. We shouldn't be dismissive of your concerns. But you should also appreciate that not everything can be achieved instantly, like instant coffee. That things can be worked on gradually. You know, I used to watch young people that time when new people were very active in the media, and you were saying you don't want anybody who has been in this space. We are the ones who have brought problems to you. And when you ask what is the you are saying no, you don't care. For you, it is get rid of these people. I think that was good, but it was also irresponsible. You cannot just say get rid without thinking of what next. So next time, I would urge that the young people also engage their mind to what after removing Mbadi. Because I'm just an individual, I can go. In fact, I can even drop dead here today. No, I'm just giving example. I don't. Do you really know that kwanza mimi ndiye sitaki kuenda? Yeah, but I'm just giving example. I didn't want to give example with anybody. But the institution remains. We need someone there. So who do we put there? Those are questions you need to ask. On Kenya School of Law, is it KSL? I need to find out why help is. My daughter has gone through Kenya School of Law, but she didn't need help because the father can afford. Yeah. So I don't know why this is so. I may need to find out. Capitation ni kidogo. Okay. Maybe what we can do, I may ask, I don't know whether Meli is here. We could ask next week if we can find some 30 minutes. A few of you from Kenya School of Law could come so that you can explain to me what this is. We see if there is something we can do. You can tell, I was saying about Kenya School of Law students and the help, that we could find some 30 minutes next week. A few of them, maybe 2 or 3, could come and give me details about this so that we see what to do about it. On the lecturer strike, this to me is a very unfortunate thing. In fact, we should not have lecturers striking. I also added one more year in university because of lecturer strike. The WASU strike of 1994 delayed my graduation, and it's not a very nice thing. When you are prepared, it delays you. Like our time, it used to delay us with 1 year of salary, you know. So that is why when I was invited to have a meeting and arrive at some compromise with the lecturers, I gracefully went. I graciously went, and we hammered some deal. We need to engage more. I think the government will be engaging better with the lecturers so that we avoid future strikes. Tony, it is true. It is true. Students have more integrity. You know, young people have more integrity than old people. I don't know why the propensity and what did you used to call it? You know, it increases, the love for money increases with age. I don't know whether you people have discovered that. You know, you find someone very old, miaka imeisha, and approach 90, na bado, na akona pesa mingi. They have so much money, trucks of land all over, they are still grabbing, they are still entrepreneurs here. Mimi sijui ni nini. And someone, even if God is gracious, cannot give him more than 10 years. Na unashanga hizi fedha yote wanataka kufanya nini? And they don't even want to spend it. So integrity at young age, people have more integrity. I think we need to include, not children, young people more to positions of decision. And women. Women, you know, men, we are terrible. Na hizo pesa tunaiba, tuna waste. Let me tell you, women even are good in paying their loans. That is a fact. Men in the room, just ask yourself. A woman, and I see it even with my wife, when she has a loan of even 10,000, anasumbuka. Mimi had a loan ya 1 million sawa hiyo. Nitalipa. I have money, I don't want to pay. Our management of resources is a problem. Men, we have a problem. We have a problem. That's why we can't form groups. Tell me of successful men groups. Yeah? Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Eh? Men? Oh, but is it working well? Why am I not in that group? I'm a former student, am I not? No, but I wish you well. I mean, that is something that you need. By the way, if you can start the culture of saving at this age, the better for you. The only problem is you may not have income to save. You have nothing to do what? But let me also tell you, whatever little you have, please don't consume all of it. The moment you get a job, and I'm praying for you, you get jobs. When the moment you get a job, your first day in employment, think about retirement, because it is coming. Memorandum nimechukua tayari, sindio? So, ladies and gentlemen, can I stop it there and maybe make 1 or 2 announcements? Yeah, so we will take photos, but I know there is a process. There are those who are, there is a list, and there's a way that you are going to be looked into in terms of transport. But, so those who are not in this list, there are how many? Now, if you are not in this list, yes. Okay. So, now those who are not in the list, I'm asking myself, how do we just leave you?
Kindly request that we will remain behind.
Excuse me, could I have all the gentlemen down? I have the leaders in front first. Everybody down the stage first. Comrades, everybody down the stage.
Now, this is what's going to happen. The people up here, please get down. Please.
If
Please.
you're on
Just
top,
right now.
please, everybody downstairs. Can we have everybody downstairs,
Just get
please?
down, please. We are
Chris,
taking, please.
everybody downstairs.
Let's get down, please. Please. Please, let's get down. Please. Now,
Can we create
clear
space
here
first,
for the
then
official
we
cameras
take
behind
the
you.
leaders? Wait first, please.
Just up here.
Wait first. Let's let you begin.
To the national grid.
Ocean Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of 35 megawatt power.
From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Ocean Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your project very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure.
We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru. Roads across